Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning and welcome to the General Issues Committee of October 1st, 2025. We do have quorum present for today's meeting, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. In the room in Council Chambers with me today is Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Pauls, Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. Joining us virtually, we have Councillor Francis. We have regrets from Councillor Huang, and the Mayor will be coming in later in the meeting as well. A reminder that your electronic devices will be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And over to you, Elsie McRae. Any changes to our agenda?
Deputy Mayor, there are 8 added delegations for item 8.7. One delegation has been withdrawn, item 6.2, and there's added material for delegation 6.1. There are 25 added pieces of written correspondence for item 8.7, one added item of correspondence for 8.9. Sorry, my apologies. One added item of for consideration, item 8.9. Items listed as to be distributed have been added. Item 9.1, listed as a motion on the agenda, has been moved to a notice of motion, and there is one additional notice of motion as well.
Thank you for that. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the changes to the agenda? Thank you, Councillor Beattie, second by Councillor Clark. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval, and that's a show of hand vote. That carries. Thank you. On to declarations of interest. Are there any? Seeing none, we'll move on to approvals of our minutes from our previous meetings. We have 2, 5.1 and 5.2 from September 10th, as well as the September 15th special HSR GIC meeting. May I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Pauls, thank you both. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, it's a show of hand vote. Councillor Jackson's in the room. This is to approve the minutes. Councillor Jackson's a thumbs up. Thank you. And on to delegations. So before we begin our delegations today, members are reminded, members of the public are reminded, and members of the council are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note to our delegates who are joining us in person and virtually that you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone at the 4-minute mark. It's a little bit of a ding. So that is a little bit of a 1-minute warning for all of you for you to finish up. We do have several delegates attending today on several items of business on the agenda. We'll be sticking to a 5-minute allotment of time for delegations and want to remind delegates to only provide committee with new information that they haven't provided previously. So with that, we already have our amended and approved delegation list. First up, we have Andrew Selman on respecting the revitalization of derelict and vacant buildings in Hamilton's East End and downtown core. Okay, good morning, and when you're ready, we'll begin the clock then.
Thank you, Councillor Nahan. Good morning, Council. Thank you very much for having me today. And we do have the presentation up on the screen. So good morning, my name's Andrew Selman. I'm a Ward 3 resident, I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I'm someone who's been down here to talk about derelict buildings in the past. I'm here again today because, of course, that problem still remains. There we go. Very slow. So the building behind us. So this building behind us has sat here for years. And again, we've talked about this building before. So this burned down in 2016. This backs onto the Memorial School playground. This was previously 2 burned out buildings. We now have 3 buildings that back onto the school. So for a decade, children, families, neighbors have had to look at this blight. We've had to live beside it. We've had to bear the weight of this neglect. So this building is what has motivated me to approach this problem from a different angle. And that's what I'm here to discuss today. So this would be my vision of how we can approach this from a perhaps non-bylaw perspective. Because here's the truth. Every empty building we pass isn't just an eyesore, it's a missed opportunity. And that's an opportunity for housing, business, and neighborhood pride. So when I look at this problem, I just got to move the Teams menu here. So when I look at the scope of this problem, I see 200 plus derelict buildings in our downtown core and East End. We can approach this with a plan that aligns with our 2025 downtown revitalization strategy. It targets a 2.62 ROI and operates within a $20 to $30 million budget. The vision is simple. It's to transform Hamilton into a vibrant, safe, and inclusive hub by revitalizing derelict properties, reducing neglect, and boosting vacancy. Now, what we'd be initially looking to do would be acquire 100 plus properties via tax foreclosure, demolish 50 to 75 irreparable structures, attract 150 to 200 million in private investment, and ensure 20 to 30% affordable housing. And that's all while returning money back to the taxpayers. Now, let's use a case example. We've talked about this building before. I know this is not necessarily new information because we've looked at a little bit of this before, but prime example here, and this is a case example of a building that we could have acquired. So fire in 2007, it has sat since that time, pulling down my neighborhood. It was sold by the city in 2022 for $257,677. Previously housed the Atlantic and Pacific grocery store, better known as the AMP to some of us. And of course, this has 12 apartment units. I use this as an example. As I said, this is a prime example of something we could have returned to the market for affordable housing. We could have had a commercial client in this. Instead, it's dragged down our neighborhood even further. So what would we do? We could look at, how Detroit approached this. So Detroit had a revitalization model where they had a Detroit Land Bank Authority. They transformed 100,000 plus vacant and derelict properties, renovating 12,000 homes by April 25 from 2010, reduced their vacancy rate to under 10% from 80%, and increased their property value greatly. Now, how do they do that? They approached this with four main pillars, and this is what I think Hamilton should be examining. They established land bank operations. So they acquired properties, like the property we just talked about, via foreclosure. They rehabbed these properties, and they yielded a 275% sales value increases. You can apply this to Hamilton by using foreclosure under Ontario's Municipal Act to acquire derelict properties. Now, they use targeted demolition and adaptive reuse. So over 80,000 demolitions, and we have a lot of properties we could demolish and return those lots back to the market. Some of the lots they use for community redevelopment, gardens, stormwater, things of that nature. Now, they attracted private investments and incentives, so we had tax abatements, loans, grants. All of those things were used by Michigan to bring in 150 to 200 million, $5 to $6 billion worth of investment. We could apply that at a much smaller scale in Hamilton and attract 150 to 250 million of investments. And of course, they utilize community engagement and monitoring. So engaging with nonprofits, residents to drive equity and compliance with what the neighborhoods really need. So when we look at our issue, we have 200 plus derelict buildings. We can establish timelines to quickly start assessing our issue, updating our vacant tax registry or our vacant unit registry to start bringing in additional details about property status. We won't go through all the costs here because I know we're short on time, but we have started to look at some of these costs and the staffing requirements. This is something we could do. So if we wanted to adapt this to Hamilton, we could establish a land bank authority and immediately start using our vacant building registry to collect additional tax and delinquent property status information. We could start acquiring 100 plus properties through 2031, managing these properties for demolition. Now, targeted demolition and adaptive reuse, again, we have 50 to 75 buildings that are irreparable. We could start pulling them down. We could rehabilitate structures, again, returning those to the market. Private investments and incentives, they are there, and we can attract that private investment by offering tax abatements, low interest loans, and targeted grants. And finally, of course, would be engaging with the community. And just to close this out, and I know this is a broad plan where I've distilled essentially a 150-page white paper down into 5 slides in 5 minutes. What I'd like to say is Hamilton doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. Detroit faced similar challenges that we face, and they revitalized tens of thousands of buildings. And how do they do it? They built that land bank. They acquired properties, they tore down ones that were beyond saving, they rehabilitated others. We can do the same.
Thank you. That brings you to your time with that grace period of a minute over.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the delegate? Seeing nobody on the speakers list, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
delegation this morning.
Thank you.
May I please have a mover and second to receive the delegation? Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Show of hands in favor of receiving the delegation, and that passes. Thank you. On to our delegate in 6.3, which is Anne, respecting housing and homelessness. And as you take your time to get settled at that delegation desk, there is a button to lower the podium. It's just on the, yeah,
One of the libraries on the right.
there you go.
No, not at the end. That goes at the end. Two pieces fell off, it's okay.
One moment before you get started.
I just have a question.
I understand that you are requesting additional time. So we are able to do that if all of committee supports that, but we'll be able to give you a grace of 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. Should you wish anything else, I can pose it to my committee colleagues. It's really a consideration by the committee on extending your time further. So could you clarify how much time you're seeking to extend your delegation by?
Well, last time I had asked for 6 topics, 5 minutes each, and I only did 5 minutes. So here, I took out my stuff, I only did 5 topics, 5 minutes each, and then I had to hand these out, the solutions, after. So if I'm able to do 10 minutes, I've just highlighted the important parts. It's the solutions, that's the big one on how to solve it at the end, which is all this. That might just to pass them around. I'm trying my best to just go really, really fast.
Okay, so you're requesting 10 minutes, just to be
I
clarified?
want the whole 25 if I can, plus sending these out. Whatever you guys do at the end, like along, if you want to say you're still okay with more, I can do that.
Okay, so I'm just going to test the committee's will. The request is 25 minutes. At this point, right now, the delegate is on for 5 minutes. I do need a mover and a seconder to propose a time. Move 10, seconder.
Plus solutions.
Thank you. Those in favor of 10 minutes? Show. Electronic vote. My apologies.
Time for the solutions.
It's first vote of the day, so it will take a moment to load, councillors. That carries. So, Anne, you have 10 minutes. Take your time.
Is that including the solutions or plus solutions?
That's 10 minutes in total.
Okay, you won't get open.
Okay. So when you're ready, you can begin. Take your time.
Again, I gotta do solutions. Okay, anyhow, this is, it's in, I'm homeless, had a house for 14 years, it's not fixed. So I advocate for the homeless for 30 years. So I've seen it from that perspective, and this is my personal perspective because there's rats outside where everybody sleeps. So I haven't slept. There's people that are very, very disabled. There's 2 kids under 5. There was a lot of pregnant people last year. 9 people having babies out in tents. There's a 76-year-old having a very hard time. I see him deteriorating, 80-year-old woman. 2 kids under 5 shouldn't have an encampment ripped from them. Anyhow, this is not a game, this is not a rehearsal, this is real time, real life, real people, and life or death for most of us. There's no luxuries of 18-month bills, no satisfaction of only housing a few people a year. You have to think outside the box. It's doable, it's solvable. You did a great job with the shipping containers, the micro containers, just executed poorly and reasons for a company. But now that you're experts in it, you can solve this so easily with HATS's tiny homes, which are free right now, right? They could have been placed the last 3 years instead of people dying once every 10 days per Jesse Stern's statistics. You are all meant to be placed in this world to help, and the homeless are meant also to do their part in the world. So I'm just going to read just points. It's not in any order. You're spending $10 million and you're leaving the homeless without a place to stay. And HATS is free. There's no reason at all to not place HATS. You read articles on people on social assistance choosing death because housing solutions are impossible. Though contrary, it is fixable. You want to delay a lifeline while the fires are already burning. You chose not to do HATS for 3 years. You chose to do nothing when the fire departments with 728 calls and fires and explosions. Please choose to do something now. This is 2,029 people in Hamilton right now. This is something they asked me to write, to read. My stranger, my friend, my community, my city council. I am depleted, 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 depleted. I am hated, 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 hated. I am forgotten, 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 forgotten. I am worthless and no one cares to help me, to house me, to save me. I am depleted. Will I survive? You bet against me. I wasn't worth your time. You tried to ignore me. I wasn't worth the effort. You had many excuses, but I excuse your lack. You tried to move us. We can't move anymore. We are depleted. And city is taking away our tents without a shipping container to live in, without HATS's tiny home cabins to go home to, with a head and the heat in bed. Why? Why? I don't want a tent, but I have no options. I don't want to sleep on the ground, but I have no options. I don't want the rats, but I have no options. There's no one cares to house me. I'm depleted. I can't fight no more to survive. They want me to suffer, suffer, suffer. I am barely hanging on. I'm done. This is what I hear from 30 years from homeless people in the East End, and I don't know what to tell them anymore. I can't help them, but city staff, mayor, councillors, all you can. The power is in your hands, the power is in your hearts, the power is in your decisions, the power, give it freely, give it powerfully, give it proudly, give it lovingly, give it to HATS today, set it up, the tiny homes before it's too late, order more shipping containers properly, give them property to start building today, not next month. One homeless person passes every 10 days. Everybody vote to get it. They have been beaten, abused, mistreated, bullied, shattered, beaten up by the world. We're laying in tents with an unlocked door and a piece of cloth keeping boundaries of being raped or being robbed or not sleeping, not functioning anymore, spiritually, physically, mentally, and emotionally, left without hope and no help. No one wants us in Hamilton. It's not in anyone's backyard, they say. Not in your wards, not in the city, preferably, they say. We didn't ask to be raped or beaten or abused or left unwanted. We didn't want to take drugs, but we are weak because we are hurt, and not all do drugs. I didn't ask to live in a car, then go to work with my kids in foster care and missing me. Doing nothing is no longer acceptable. This is your turning point. Everybody needs to get their lives back. Hamilton needs to come back. And if you don't do anything soon, it's been 2.5 years I've been working on this proposal for Ottawa to solve the 80,000 across Ontario into Hamilton. Please shine your light. You were born to make a difference in the world. We were born to make a difference in the world. In the world, you might be one person, but to one person, you might be the world. And right now, City Council, City, you are the person for the homeless people. You just said it was 270, it's actually 2029, so look at all the people that are left outside. You cannot not sleep. I have a severe heart condition. I'm going to be dead every day. I wake up and I'm shocked. They cannot survive without a place to stay. When I was homeless, you opened your heart. Please do so. Believe in me, believe in us. It's time to heal and time to build. Save us, we are hurting. This is what another person had said. It says, another says, it makes you feel like a plague when you're homeless. Just because you're homeless, they immediately think you're dirty, disease, scum. But the thing is, you got to make a person believe in themselves and to make them want to do better than shaming them and demanding them will not help. So please support the homeless. Okay, shipping containers, great idea. There was an article by Laura Babcock, February 24th, about the homeless, and Margaret on February 13th, 2024 as well, about bringing the social assistance up to 2024. If you haven't read those, please read them in the Spectator. They're awesome. Doug Ford had said to implement a drug and diversion court system across the province, ensure there are necessary resources to allow a focus on rehabilitation as opposed to incarceration. That's what Judge Margot did, and that's in my solutions of why she should run the addictions program. Addictions have to be separated. Open, public, and drug use, and that is not already the law. Okay, 4,500. This is an article, July, this is in your package as well, in 2023. 45 women fleeing violence went to the shelters in Hamilton, and all 45 were turned away. We need to build the tiny homes and the shipping container apartments. It's time now. The hospital, when they come out of the hospital, McLean's already did it in Toronto. They built an apartment building just like the ones that I have here. They're the 8x20 containers that Michelle and them did. They're doable. They're actually apartments, which I'll show you. They're beautiful single apartments, 8x20, and they can do it for the hospital. So you need them in each ward. Each ward has to have them, or the 30 plexes, and you have to solve it. There's so many. There's the abuse, then there's the addiction separately. There's the hospital when you come out of the hospital. This article that just came out is falling short about the micro shelters. He doesn't feel safe because he's on rehab. He doesn't need to be around drugs. You can't have drugs and people in rehab. And the girl I told you last time I delegated, where she came out of jail, she needs to be placed somewhere, not out in the streets. We can't just keep going around in circles with people and going around in circles with Hamilton. This is so solvable, and I will help you solve it. Okay, the charter of rights. So this is what you guys wrote. When engaging in encampment response to staff frontline capacity, this is what you did about the encampment protocol. People who are living in sheltered staff will engage, utilize health focus. All actions will be guided by a commitment to upholding the human rights and human dignity and mutual respect, empathy. Housing is a fundamental human need, good evidence. But yet, when you just scrapped all and bulldozed all the encampments, did this go out the window? There's still all this. You should have set up a solution for them when you got rid of the encampments. Okay, now this one here, it has to be full transparency to understand this. So I understand the micro shelters deal, but you guys are on the police board. So there's two, I had already emailed you, Jeff Cooper. If Jeff Cooper is an RCMP officer, there's two people that you guys have. They look, I don't know if they look similar, if they look differently, but that's all solvable to get the $1.3 million back. The Burlington address is not even an address. It's a tree, it's a house, it's a bush. That was Dennis Forticall. He goes by 6 different names. The one in Jeff Cooper, if it is him, then ask him why he did the 1.3 million, why the botched stuff, why did he order them from Alibaba? But they're rusted, and I think they actually came from the Foldum. I think Foldum's in on it, the research I've done anyways, because they came from US. If they came from China, they would have been directly shipped to Canada. So I have so much, and I've uncovered, it's not even funny. Then there's got the tiny homes down by the hospital. Go see this one. This is the first one built. These are awesome. This is a shipping container, tiny homes. Go see it. Go say, like, hey, we want to solve the homeless. Can we all just come in one day, set up a meeting, and go see through it all? Sorry. And the reason why is because subsidized housing. Remember that? There's 8,000 on the waiting list, and it only moves up once every 10 years. So you spend all this money, I think it's time to do, like $10 million, I think it's time to put hats up today. The 1.4 plus the 2.8, that would have paid their rent for 4.6 years of the $1,900 rent. So those should be made into permanent housing, not temporary housing. So take those 40 shipping containers, stack them, and there's your 40 people housed right then and there. Put hats up to replace it. That's the temporary, that's the middleman. You've got, in these solutions, you've got, everything is like a trade show. It all comes to them. So you can put them wherever you want in any other ward. You've got the addictions treatments. You've got specialized counseling in each one. So if this is abuse, you've got the counseling for abuse, everybody here. If this is the addictions, you got the counseling there. You've got clothing, you've got school, you've got nutrition, cooking classes. It's all there. And people working homeless are just anything, then you've got the 30 plexes that you can put anywhere. What is the cost that you can calculate that you've wasted on all the money for doing the encampments, this bylaw, and the police and all that stuff. All this money can be spent. You got 1.3 million for encampments. That canceled on January in your decision, which is in March. So you have 1.3 million dollars right now to buy shipping containers and build that, because you're not using that encampment money this year.
Okay, and that brings you to 10 minutes, so your final comments, please.
Sorry, say that?
You're at 10 minutes, your final comment, please.
Well, you would have to explain them. Okay, so Kearney has modular homes. So I'm sending this to Ottawa for again. Okay, so you guys already have yours. That's another option. These are ones like shows a trade show. So you can kind of like do them all at once. This is the third one. Different options. You can do family homes. You all have psychologist training. So put them in order down the row. Can you put them straight here with Maureen? With those two first. Sorry, those two first, Maureen.
It has to go to, you can't hand it.
No, put those two, Maureen. No, I need them to actually view them.
And we have a protocol within our chambers that
Sorry.
items can't go from it. Anne, can you hear me?
So you have to wait for Angela or Jess to take it, okay?
Anne, can you hear me?
Can you touch them? Sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
No.
Hi. Okay. So we have a protocol where delegates can't hand something directly to councillors. That's why our
Can they
clerk's team
touch
is
them, though?
supporting. That's why our clerk's team is supporting to show them around.
Are they allowed to take them and pass them down themselves to look at them?
I'm not sure that that's possible, but we're all viewing it right now, and it can stay in the chambers afterwards as well.
No, I gotta take them back.
You're gonna take them back?
I'm sending them to Ottawa. That's why I wanted them to see them.
Okay. Any concluding comment? Anne, and thank you so much for your delegation and
Oh, sorry.
preparation.
That's the cement, to do the cement right now, right? I think this. Okay, I show just the one more of what the shipping containers will look like, right?
Yep.
So these empty shipping containers that the housing brought, they're beautiful. They're villages, like, hey, you all have that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it so much. Thank you, Anne. And we've all viewed the models that you brought in as well.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. All those in favor, show a hand vote. That carries. Thank you. Okay, so on to 6.4, delegations respecting item 8.7, report PED 25083, coordinated encampment response protocol interim report. First up, we have Delegate Tyler Coralenuk in person. Tyler, are you here? Thank you. Okay, Tyler, when you're ready, you can begin. You've got 5 minutes at the 4-minute mark. You've heard the little gentle ding. If you want me to let you know that you've got a minute left, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name's Taylor. I live in the city, and I will be commenting on the Encampment response report. So I have spent a good chunk of the summer in community with unhoused folks in the downtown core, and basically, so I understand why people make complaints about tents and encampments in parks and green spaces. And I understand that enforcement's based on complaints. But at the end of the day, enforcement does not solve the problem of why unhoused people live in these areas, and simply serves to constantly displace people in a never-ending cycle. The people filing these complaints generally have the same bed to sleep in every night, a consistent roof over their heads, and doors they can lock. They have a place where unsavory aspects of their daily lives can be hidden. See, unhoused people should be given unconditional human dignity and respect, and are members of the community, whether or not housed community members are willing to tolerate them. There are over 2,000 unhoused people in the city that are counted, and the number of shelter spots available is under half that, even with the addition of the temporary shelter beds and the opening of the notably mismanaged Tiffany Street tiny shelters. With the lack of suitable options, tents provide autonomous shelter and a personal space, and encampments tend to provide a stable organic community that the shelter system simply cannot provide by the nature of how it's organized, staffed, and run. It's much easier to maintain access to resources and to not slip through the cracks when you're not constantly displaced and don't have a permanent spot to stay. So when safe consumption sites were banned and the encampment protocol was reversed, it assisted in creating the conditions for more people to flood back into the parks, lots, and nature areas. Everything mentioned in this report is a predictable outcome of these decisions, on top of how unaffordable the cost of living has become for many people, housed or not. Of course, park staff and law enforcement are going to have to work overtime in this case. There's no way that people are going to quickly pack up their lives in under an hour and disappear into the void. Of course, they're going to try to return to their previous spot when there's no spot that won't eventually be cleared. Many of the supposed problem locations are strategically selected by unhoused folks due to being in areas close to resources they need, or in relatively secluded areas in underutilized parks where they feel to be less of a disturbance to house community members. At the end of the day, people calling in complaints to have homes and their basic needs taken care of. Providing more funding and staffing for clearouts is simply just dipping into a predictable feedback loop with no end or real solutions in sight, which is alluded to in the report. Chasing unhoused residents around the city is clearly not an efficient use of resources. If it were, the proposals within this report would not be seen as necessary to propose. The money needs to go towards providing housing, or at the very least, shelters that allow for independence, community safety, and stability for these people, rather than basically using the parks bylaw to chase them out of any spot that they can find any sort of personal space or stability in. I understand it's a really difficult situation that we're in, but it is the reality, and currently how we're tackling it currently doesn't actually tackle the problem. It just simply displaces it and moves it out of the public eye without really solving an issue. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you so much for coming in. Colleagues, any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thanks again. Okay, next up we have Adiola Eggyami. Adiola, welcome back to Chambers. As you know, you've got 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a ding. Thanks.
Hi, Council. I've just made a new friend recently, and what I like to do with new friends is figure out where they work pretty quickly. Before 5 years pass and you go, oh, what do you spend 40 hours a week doing again? And this new friend works in construction. And so knowing that I had this delegation come up, I asked him about just the importance of foundations when it comes to construction building. And I received just a 10 text message response in terms of how important it was, including a photo of the Burj Khalifa and its foundations underneath and how deep they extend. Today I'm here to ask you to consider the motion of the report 8.7 and to vote no on it, and also both the additions as well. And this is for 3 reasons. Firstly, that the report is disconnected. Secondly, that it's imprudent. And lastly, because it is distracted as well. And so we'll start with disconnected. In part 6 of the report, they link it up to council priorities. This is on page 11. And the priority they mention is safe and healthy communities. In the memorandum that the city released in terms of their 2022 to 2026 priorities, this is the second one, and it has 2 subheaders. The first of the subheaders is that the goal of this council strategy is to end homelessness and to provide housing for all. This report in no way links up to that. In addition, there's a second thing listed there for a mobile and an accessible and safe roads in the city. And that's the second portion of this priority. And I would believe and I would wager that the City of Hamilton has a responsibility to provide those for the most vulnerable. For example, safe roads for kids, mobilities for seniors. The unhoused population of Hamilton are of another vulnerable population that government bodies have a responsibility to attend to. And as well, this report does not do that or attend to it. So both those priorities, this report does not engage with, and on page 11, it's just incorrect that it has a connection to that priority. In the second spot, it's imprudent. If you notice the first recommendation on page 1, approving an increase of 4 police constables, it's funding it through a very specific spot, the tax stabilization reserve. And tax stabilization reserves, as you all know, are used for emergencies or volatile situations. In an example, last year, the City of Ottawa used the tax stabilization reserve when they had a snowstorm in order to get and dig people out of their homes. This was an emergency for people. A crisis situation. We know that the crisis in Hamilton is homelessness. The crisis is not encampment enforcement population. And so this, in the very least sense, is an absolutely imprudent source of funding for this report, and it's why it should, in one example, it should be shut down. And a second reason for the imprudence of the report is in the section of the finances, the added portions that ask to add $500,000 for one thing and $500,000 for another thing. One thing that I'll ask you to note is that they've asked for this annually. So this total amount of 1.5 is just per year. And there's this undercurrent that there will be a further request for an extra year each year, turning a faucet on this tax stabilization reserve. One thing I'll note is that myself, a volunteer with HESN, or Anne, who was here speaking in terms of housing solutions, or even, for example, Councillor Spadafora at the February 7th GIC, who put forward a proposal to add funding to the YMCA's housing solutions. Everyone here around the table wants less encampments and more people housed. I don't understand why we would then also vote on a motion that would approve funding a future that we don't want, and nor are we working towards. It's imprudent. In a final analysis of the imprudence of this report, it's asking for, specifically for HPS, police constables, but we're enforcing a parks bylaw. This is not their jurisdiction. However, the HPS does mention that they have a housing-focused street outreach team. That's what they can contribute to it. But if you look in that section, they don't mention any housing options. What they do mention is, over and over again, shelter spaces. And we know that that's just not enough. So for those three reasons, this report is also just imprudent in the way it goes about the homelessness crisis. In the third, it's distracted. So in section 2, the key facts. The second fact discusses what they have done. So they talk about bringing 137 sites into compliance. But they don't focus on, again, the vulnerable population in which they are, quote unquote, bringing into compliance. For example, I was present at the July 2nd teardown that happened at City Hall. And what we noticed there was the folks who had issues from heat stroke, folks who had multiple seizures, folks who, again, something not mentioned in this report, had a loss of their possessions. There's a tendency for the umbrella term of waste, which is inaccurate. And this all leads to the infringement of their autonomy as well as community. Would a councillor champion a motion for an extension of a minute?
If you're going to be done within a minute, I've been giving a grace of 50 seconds to every delegate thus far, so. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I will. And so in the section 4 of this report that speaks about challenges, they are correct, in fact, and I'll read the quote. Staff are further challenged when encampments reestablish after cleanup and removal has occurred. And something I noticed was that when enforcement would attend these things, they would know some folks who are unhoused by name. And I think, again, on the topic of distraction, what we need to pay attention to is the point that they've met these folks enough to establish a rapport at different parks. This means that the challenge they're facing is a particular type of challenge, and I would wager that this is a Sisyphean one, as Anne mentioned, a challenge that just cycles and cycles and cycles. The end to that cycle is housing, and the way to that end is an understanding of a foundation of the homeless as the key foundation of this. This report does not address that, and for those reasons, it's imprudence, right? It's not funded through the right channels, and even if it were, it's distracted as well as disconnected from council strategies that you put forth, and that's why you should vote no on it today.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you again for coming to delegate today. Next up, we have Elizabeth Bloomfield, also in person. Oh, my apologies, Elizabeth. Can you hold? I skipped a name. Next up is actually Brad Evoy. And that is a virtual delegation.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you, councillors, for hearing my delegation today. I wanted to start not by going into the data or some of the things that others have mentioned, and I really thank fellow delegates for doing so. But I want to remind Council that, many of the outcomes that, folks are speaking to here, many of the experiences on the ground that, Anne and others have raised should not be a surprise to you. These are matters that ultimately were raised when the encampment protocol was rescinded and before. Ultimately, we've been hearing a lot from folks on the ground as well. And what I would say further is that ultimately, Hamilton's policing first responses to encampments have served to disrupt community supports and human rights-based responses from community organizations, health professionals, and other frontline workers. It's incredibly clear that the current approach ultimately serves as a distraction from building meaningful and accessible, affordable housing options on the ground in Hamilton. The reality is that this approach, your approach, is aligned with the Ford government's broader approach around the province towards a policing first rather than a human rights based and a human rights first approach to this overall issue. It's clear that local enforcement around property to trespass offenses and overall uncertainty for housing has created an environment where folks feel pursued, folks feel hunted by your services, instead of being able to feel that they are able to reach out and engage in broader community and supports. Folks on the ground are feeling isolated. I think you've heard that well and clearly from Anne. Ultimately, Mayor and Council, what you need to do is meet directly with unhoused Hamiltonians. They are your constituents and your neighbors too. It isn't enough to hear from delegations like these. It isn't enough to consider options isolated away. I urge you, I beg you, to take the time to actually hear directly from folks in these spaces. And this is important because, as Adiola and Anne and others have raised, the model being brought forward by continuing this enforcement-first approach is completely at odds with the reality that folks are seeing on the ground. Folks are dying. Folks are experiencing lower limb amputations. Folks are experiencing gender-based violence every day in Hamilton. And the reality is that this is happening because folks do not have housing. We need to refocus our efforts on the ultimate goal, which is to ensure that everyone, every person in this city has the opportunity, the real opportunity, to be housed. As it is, we know that shelter-based models and shelter, like directing folks towards shelters, is not a solution to housing. Ultimately, these just, while they can be helpful supports in a moment, they're meant to be for emergencies. But the reality is that what you're currently doing is dispersing opportunities for folks to gather in community and, have common sites and ability to receive services and, move them towards uncertainty. And whether that's through enforcement, a focus on shelters, all of those sorts of things have moved Hamilton away from a truly supportive and engaged approach. Instead, this is coercive and carceral. As the federal housing advocate had said to your, counterparts in Cambridge during her visit there, that ultimately these, the quote is not appearing on my screen here, that ultimately these approaches only further harm people and don't lead to real solutions. And I think that we've seen this in how the protocol or the implementation of your enforcement methods so far have played out. This is not ensuring that folks are housed. This is not ensuring that folks are being able to connect with services, and that ultimately folks are being forced to deal with more harm instead of actually moving forward these issues for our community. This is just simply violence, and it must be ceased. I hope that you vote no on this continuation of enforcement, and I hope that you take the well and long overdue opportunity to directly engage with unhoused Hamiltonians in a real and meaningful way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation, Brad. Committee members, any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you again for joining us this morning. Next up, in person, Elizabeth Bloomfield. Good morning, Elizabeth. Welcome to the chambers. And yeah, as soon as you start, we'll start your clock for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. My name's Elizabeth Bloomfield. I'm Red River Métis. My mother is Ellen Massey of the Selkirk Masseys in Manitoba. And my dad is from a long line of white settlers in northwestern Ontario, where I grew up. But I've been a resident of Ward 1 for the last 10 years. I'm a SSHRC-funded PhD candidate at McMaster, studying settler colonialism and what it means to live well on stolen land. So I'm here today to remind you that every dollar spent on encampment enforcement is a dollar invested in the settler colonial project. Every dollar spent enabling parks or police or whoever it is to repeatedly displace our unhoused neighbors is a dollar invested in alienating Indigenous peoples living in Hamilton. We know from census data that Indigenous people make up about 2% of Hamilton's population. I think this is the third or fourth time I've given this statistic at council. But a 2021 point-in-time survey, which is a different survey than I referenced other times, indicates about 24% of unhoused people in our city are Indigenous. Other peer-reviewed estimations show that number is closer to 50%. And as an Indigenous person, these numbers are not surprising to me. Settler colonialism, contrary to mainstream popular belief, is not an event that is located in the past Settler colonialism is, by definition, a set of processes, structures, and logics that displace, remove, and erase Indigenous people to take their land for settler populations. Forcibly removing Indigenous peoples for the space of a green space, for the sake of a green space or a park, like the proposed $653,000 to parks in today's motion, suggests that Indigenous Hamiltonians are less valuable to the city than access to mowing the grass. Just yesterday, the city donned its orange shirts to listen and learn from Indigenous peoples and elders about the lasting impacts of residential schools. And today, we are talking about retroactively funding the violent displacement of Indigenous peoples from encampments across the city. Funding this displacement tells us that you wear your orange shirts with your fingers crossed behind your back. In 2019, the City of Hamilton endorsed and fully supported the Urban Indigenous Strategy, which reads, "The City of Hamilton is committed to having a trusting relationship with Indigenous communities where we communicate and work together appropriately to address the unique needs and issues of Indigenous people." I understand that the 2021 or 2022 implementation plan also includes some recommendations about housing, and I look forward to seeing those manifest. Nonetheless, focusing on that language of appropriately addressing the unique needs of Indigenous people, encampment bans and continued support for encampment bans, encampment enforcement, and policing are not appropriate to address the unique needs and issues of Indigenous people, or quite frankly, any person. So I would encourage City Council to tell those pursuing continued policing of encampments and encampment enforcement what Indigenous people hear all the time, which is to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and figure it out. And we've given you enough money, and we don't owe you anything else. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Committee members, any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thanks again for your delegation. Next one up, we have Evan Ubin, and this is a virtual delegation. Evan, we can see you. If you could just say good morning, we can test your sound.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear, so you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Awesome. Thanks, and sorry I couldn't be there in person today. So hello, City Council. My name's Evan. I'm here today as a concerned resident in Ward 1. And I signed up for this delegation because about a month ago, I wrote an op-ed in the spec titled Hamilton's Approach to Homelessness is a Cruel Waste of Resources. In that op-ed, I noted that from a moral standpoint, dismantling the tents of unhoused residents is obviously cruel. And I think even folks who are for this enforcement approach would agree to that. But we know that there are not enough shelter spaces in Hamilton, and even if there were, shelters are not housing. Financially, it's concerning to watch the city throw away massive sums of tax dollars, and that the funds are being used to worsen the lives of unhoused people is outright nasty. So I want to point to the tiny shelter project and the huge uproar that caused with the waste of funds. And at least that project, for that project, the overspending was used to create some form of housing. But in this case, we're just throwing money around for the sake of it. I also noted that a volunteer network of neighbors called the Hamilton Encampment Support Network have been documenting the interactions between bylaw and unhoused folks on their Instagram account, and there are often upwards of 20 uniformed officers on site during these eviction processes. And based on a count of law enforcement officers and hours of their presence, I estimated that at minimum, hundreds of thousands of dollars were being directed towards these efforts. And we now know from this report that this is true. And actually, this report calls for $1.6 million in addition to what is already used, which is just ridiculous. The last thing I want to highlight from my op-ed is I noted that the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights recognizes adequate housing as part of the right to an adequate standard of living. So key elements to adequate housing include security against forced evictions, availability of services, adequate space, and accessibility. So I would like to know from City Council, does City Council believe that shelters meet those standards to adequate housing? Does City Council believe that the approach to encampments meet those standards to adequate housing? The answer seems obvious to me that it doesn't. So then, as a direct implication of that, does City Council believe people should be denied of the right to adequate housing? Because these standards are universal. It doesn't matter if people are addicted to drugs or unemployed. They still deserve adequate housing. But we also know that a housing first approach is most effective at fixing those concerns anyway. And any other approach is, again, a waste of money. So I guess I'm just asking for some consistency from folks on City Council. It's clear to anyone with some common sense that moving people from park to park is not a solution. Many councillors around the horseshoe claim to be fiscally conservative, common sense councillors. It's not fiscally conservative to throw $1.5 million towards activities that abuse our unhoused neighbors. And even if I were to look at this from the perspective of someone who, despite all the evidence, doesn't think housing first works, law enforcement is clearing encampments pretty effectively without this additional funding. The report calls for 13 full-time employees to be added to the policing, bylaw, and parks departments. And I just, like 13 employees, if they were helping folks in encampments with things like garbage pickup, laundry service, etc., transportation, that would be huge. But instead, we're proposing to put those employees towards, again, moving people around. I realize my time is up. If I could just have 2 more sentences.
Yep, you've got a little grace period, so as quickly as possible, your concluding comment.
Okay, so through you, Speaker, I'd like to ask if folks who are present today think that people who enact policies that abuse the least fortunate are deserving of respect. Personally, I don't think so. I watched as encampment residents had to march from City Hall to Beasley Park in the heat, and forcing them to do that was not respectful. But I think I've been pretty respectful in my delegation today anyway. I've tried to be. And I just hope you will reciprocate that respect to our unhoused neighbors by voting against the recommendations in this report. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. Committee members, any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thanks again for coming today. Next up, we have Michael Marson in person. Michael? Second time, Michael Marson in person, delegation. Okay, third time, Michael Marson for in-person delegation. Okay, I'll add the name to the end of the list in case Michael is on their way. And then next up, we have Greg Voison, also in person. Greg, thank you.
Hi, thanks everyone. Thanks
Welcome,
Anne,
Greg.
for sharing a story. I'm just like a pretty average. Sorry, is that better? Yeah, can I do that?
Just one moment, Greg. We'll make the podium the right height for you so we can hear you nice and clear.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And we'll start the clock when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, I'll try to be short because there's a lot more people that are much smarter than me that have already spoken. I feel like I'm a pretty average Hamilton dad. I do my best to try to help out my neighbors, including my unhoused neighbors. And what I've seen over the last few years has just been outrageous. And what I've seen in the last, little while with this ramping up of how cities been displacing people, it's just, I can't, put it into words. And even the people I've talked to police officers and city workers, even they don't believe in it. They'll talk to me, they'll come to me in private and they'll see me as a normal, not normal, but just an average dude or whatever. And they'll tell me this isn't working. I think we all know this isn't working. That's kind of, do I still have a minute? That's all I have to say, but can I add one more thing?
You have 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One more thing. The Simpsons, the TV show. If Mayor Quimby moved to Shelbyville, what would happen? They'd be out of office. Andrea, it's time to step down.
Yeah. I'm assuming there's no questions around the table. That was out of order. And next up, we have Cameron Gee in person. Reminding delegates that when you're here to speak, you've chosen to speak on a specific topic, really encouraging you to stick to the topic, and any comments made that are disparaging towards council colleagues, we're maintaining an environment of mutual respect and consideration here, so I would request that back. Thank you.
Okay. Members of the General Issues Committee, my name is Cameron Gee. I am a Ward 3 resident, and I've come here today to speak against proposals brought forth in the Coordinated Encampment Response Post-Protocol Interim Report. Namely, an additional $525,000 for the Hamilton Police Services for June 1st to December 31st, 2025, $505,000 to municipal law enforcement for a dedicated encampment enforcement team, and $653,000 to the Parks Department for an additional encampment cleanup crew. I am a parent, and while I don't think that gives anyone unique insight into the homelessness or housing crisis, it does allow me to challenge a specific claim I've heard repeated in these meetings. I'm referring to the claim that parents are scared to use parks due to encampments. I've come to expect this generalization in these proceedings. Parents are scared. I don't doubt that some parents are scared. But some parents are not all parents, and I would like to remind you that many of the parents in your wards have no difficulty sharing park space with encampment residents. To date, I have yet to see a statistic that would justify a parent's fear of encampments. It is hard to see so many people pushed into precarious living conditions, and I don't doubt it can make people uncomfortable. But the distance between discomfort and a legitimate threat to personal safety is great. And it would be poor governance to allow fear to determine our actions as a city. You may not accept the argument that encampments do not represent a significant threat to parents and children. However, I cannot leave today without emphasizing something that my fellow delegates have. That tearing down encampments is not a solution. At best, it hides the issue temporarily, but at the end of the day, you have wasted a lot of money and fixed nothing. Even if parents are the type of Hamiltonian you like to imagine yourself representing in regards to this issue, you have a duty to act in the interests of all Hamiltonians. The people of the city do not benefit from the continued displacement of encampment residents. So I'm asking you as a group to be resourceful and to seek a real solution to the housing crisis and to vote against the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Any questions for our delegate? Thank you again for coming in. So back to Michael Marson. Michael Marson, are you in the chambers for your in-person delegation? Okay, seeing nobody's moving, nobody's indicating they're coming down. So we'll move on to a mover and seconder to receive our delegations on this item. Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. All in favor, show a hand vote. That carries. Thank you. Okay, on to our next item on the agenda, which is item 7, items for information. First up is 7.1, resignation of Matthew Tutty from the Climate Change Advisory Committee. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the item? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Alex Wilson. Any questions on the report?
Deputy Mayor, I wanted to ask a question of one of our delegate staff. When do I do that?
Well, the report that they spoke to, if it's in terms of the last batch of delegations, Councillor? Yeah, so if you can hold your question until we get that report on the floor, and that would be the appropriate time to ask staff questions related to the report.
Okay.
Again, any questions on item 7.1? Seeing none, could I get a mover? Did we do this already? Yes, okay. It's time to vote. Show of hands to receive it. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Haddison, or McMeekin, you're trying to speak on this one. Go ahead.
Just a very generic question. I don't know the answer. I'm hopeful that the answer is what I would anticipate. But when someone resigns from a committee, I don't know Matthew Tutty. I don't know his role, function, or why he's resigning. But I'm assuming we send thank you letters out to our volunteers.
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes, that was put into place earlier this year, that all members will receive a letter from the city.
That's good. Thanks very much.
Great. Seeing nobody else on the speakers list, then it's time for a show of hand vote to receive this item. If everybody could indicate your vote. Councillor Paul's in favor? Thank you. That carries. On to 7.2, which is Overhoused Policy Implementation Compliance with Housing Services Act 2011. We have Director of Housing Services, Michelle Baird, to provide committee with a brief overview.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. So this report before you is not a report for approval. It's informing the Council of a policy change that's happening in Hamilton with respect to social housing. So as you know, in Hamilton, the need for affordable housing far outstrips the amount of social housing we have available. And we have a lot of our RGI clients that are in units that are basically too large for their household needs. So over time, they might have been a family unit at one point, children have grown up and moved on, and now they're not needing the large unit they're in. However, we have families and larger sized units that are looking for those social housing units. So this policy will get us in alignment with the Housing Services Act, and what it requires is that people are housed within units that fit their housing size. It's coming before you for your awareness, and in past we did not implement this policy locally when other municipalities did, because there are some financial implications for folks when they need to move, and of course moving it can be a challenging situation. We now have solutions in place through OW and through our Housing Emergency Fund to support people and address their moving cost needs. And because of the need for housing overall, we are in a place to move forward with this policy, and that is in keeping with what other municipalities are doing and with what the Act requires of us.
Thank you for that overview, Director. Committee members, any questions on the report? Okay, first up we have speakers list. Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Pauls. Councillor Kretsch?
Thanks. So my first question for staff is how closely this approximates other policies and what policies this was based on. The reason I ask is because when I read this, it seems very similar to access to housing waitlist policies, those kinds of policies. And so I'm wondering if you're just kind of really taking a large portion of those policies and applying them here with the overhoused policy.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So yes, so the information in this policy is based on the Housing Services Act and ultimately the access to housing waitlist. So for people that are on the access to housing waitlist, they are housed according to the size of the unit they need based on their current family composition. So this policy very much is in alignment with what that policy would be. The change with this policy is that what has happened over time is people, the unit outsizes them basically, and so they're overhoused. So really this is in alignment with what it would look like when they first apply to housing if they needed a unit to meet their size needs.
Thanks, I thought so. And I thought that this was likely, had some other boilerplate language in it that I've seen in other policies. A couple comments from me. No, we're not here to rewrite policies for staff and tell them what to put in policies. But I think there's a couple of flags here that I want to mention the next time you're reviewing these policies. The number one thing I hear from residents in situations where they're dealing with access to housing in general is around communication, is around a sense of respect, is around sometimes for them a very difficult situation they find themselves in. For instance, if they live in an area that's not served by transit and they're being offered a home that maybe more suits their needs, or in this situation where there's overhousing going on, that's now 40 minutes, because Hamilton's a big place, away. They have a job that's 40 minutes in the other direction or 20 minutes in the other direction, whatever it might be, and now they're being put in a situation where that's very difficult for them to do. There's no reliable transit for them to get to their job anymore. They may have a disability or other kinds of issues. And so I would just encourage there to be language in here that mirrors that and talks about that, and that may be your practice, but it's not in writing here. It says, it very strictly says, sort of, look, we offer you one place up, and if you say no, then we're taking you off RGI and charging you market rent. I'm summarizing. Then further it says, access to housing is not required to give notice to the overhoused household. Again, I would encourage you to give notice to the overhoused household every chance you get to communicate and take the opportunity to talk to people. For situations for people I know who've been in this exact place, this is an extremely stressful situation for people, because oftentimes they got into this housing situation, they're okay with their housing, something has changed in their family situation. And sometimes it's just a situation where kids leave the house, or it's other kinds of things. But sometimes it's death, sometimes it's illness, sometimes it's something really stressful that's happened, sometimes they're underhoused. There's all kinds of other conditions that are happening here. And so I'm just asking that when we think about how we implement these policies, that we center them in the lived experience of those who are in this housing. And I understand this is a policy, it may not be a practice, but the way it's written right now comes across to me as rather harsh. So I'm just asking if in future, when you review these policies, if you can come back with language that shows a demonstrated support for those individuals, because that's the feedback that I receive on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any response? Yep.
Through the chair, thank you for that feedback, Councillor. I just want to clarify one point, that when individuals apply for housing through the access to housing process, they actually choose the locations that they're looking to go to. So they have a short list, if you will, of locations that will meet their need. So there is a choice piece that plays into this.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions. And for clarification, I vaguely recall this policy existing, at least on paper, for quite some time. Can I get an understanding of when this policy came into effect?
Through the chair. So the policy locally is just coming into effect now. However, you're right that there's been requirement for us to do this for some time. Locally, we've provided discretion. We can provide discretion on many pieces around the access to housing. And because there was a financial impact, often the folks that are overhoused, of course, in many instances are seniors. And folks that are in RGI units are their incomes are limited, so the cost of moving was a burden. However, we're now in a place that we're activating this policy, I guess, if you will, because we have the need for family units that we need to free up, and we have a means to address the financial component that we didn't previously.
So again, just to clarify, I've had several residents contact me because they were told they were overhoused and they had to move. So was this policy or a similar policy being enforced by individual housing providers at their choice?
Through the chair, to the councillor, no. So we have that language of being overhoused has been there for some time. And people are made aware that when they're in that overhoused situation, but to date, we're just not moving folks out of there. Some people do choose if they have other options, but now it's a policy that we're moving forward with that gives us a clear process on what that looks like.
So to be clear, this policy then, based on what you've indicated, is brand new.
Through the chair, correct.
And yet you're not asking council to approve the policy.
Through the chair, correct. It's an internal policy that we would have a process to ensure that we're operating in alignment with the requirements of the Act.
So if someone is selected as being overhoused, they're given 10 days notice. What does the 10 days notice cause?
Through the chair. So when they are given notice that they're overhoused, they need to submit a new application for an access to housing application. So they're going through that process again to determine the best fit of what a unit is to meet their needs. That's not going to happen overnight because, as you know, the wait list is fairly significant. We also prioritize folks who are SPP status. So as a result, it could take months to a year or more to get these folks in the correct unit. It's just that the process starts. So nobody is moving within a 10-day period.
And is there a timeline in which it must occur, or is it just wide open? Like, what's the pressure to the tenant?
Through the chair. So when they're notified that they are overhoused, they need to go through that process, that application process. They have up to a year to do that, to put an application in. And so the pressure is not immediate. They certainly have time to plan what their move looks like and look at the options, sort of look at the buildings that have units that actually fit the size requirement that they have. It's not a quick process, I would say.
The review or the appeal process, it appears that this policy sets it up that the agency makes this decision, and then they're the actual appeal board. So if a resident doesn't agree with what they're saying, who do they appeal it to?
Through the chair. So access to housing overall, no different than other processes. There is an appeal board that they can go through should they have challenges. What happens in this instance is they are notified that they're overhoused. So what you're suggesting is they could appeal being whether or not they truly are overhoused. And that would go through that appeal process.
Last question. What appeal process? The policy indicates that they go to the same people who made the decision to take them out of that home. That seems odd.
So through the chair, so there is a social housing review panel. It's the same panel we use for other social housing issues. It's not necessarily the same group that took them out of that home versus there are providers, of course, on the, there are, city has representation on the review panel.
I didn't see the review panel mentioned in here. Can you clarify what it says? Because advises that the overhoused household, this is on page 5 of 11, that they may request an internal review with the housing provider if they disagree with the overhoused status. So the housing provider is determining that they are overhoused, and then they can request an appeal to the people who made the determination that they were overhoused, my argument is that should be an independent process separate from that, and it's not mentioned in your policy that there's a social review panel.
Through the chair, you are correct. So what happens is the individual that's notified that they're overhoused would first be going to the housing, the service manager, that being the city through housing services. If their issue is not resolved and they are still feeling like they aren't overhoused, even though they have been seen to be overhoused based on the policy, there is an independent social housing review panel, and that's who they would then escalate it to. So that's the piece, I suppose, that's not in the policy, but that stands, Councillor, for any social housing issue. So,
But the challenge is the resident who's being kicked out doesn't know that. And so I have concerns about the policy as it is written. I have concerns that it's being brought to us basically to have council just rubber stamp it with no approval process. So you're bringing in a new policy forward that council in the end will have to uphold, but we're not involved in the process or the discussion on the actual policy. That I have a problem with.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the chair, I was reading it, and I'm just wondering, what mechanism do we have to identify our overhouse? How do we find out? It says tenants have an essential role. Do we have tenants calling up saying, you know, my children have left, so therefore the house is too big? What mechanism do we have to identify them?
Through the chair. So yes, tenants do, Councillor, play a role in this. So when they're in social housing units, they're receiving RGI subsidy. They have a responsibility to report when the composition of their household has changed. And so they do play a role in this.
I know they play. My question was, what other mechanism do we have? Because it says tenants have an essential role, but what about if they're comfortable in their two-bedroom apartment and they do not call and say, you know, my kids have left? I just ask, what other mechanism? How do we go about it?
Through the chair. So the other piece that happens, so most individuals will flag that their composition has changed, because annually they also go through an eligibility process. So the full financial assessment as to whether or not they're still eligible for RGI subsidy would be how that's caught if they're not identifying it themselves. There's quite an intense process that they go through annually to ensure that their household expenses, for example, their incomes, their dependents, all of that is assessed annually to determine whether or not they're still eligible for RGI subsidy.
Okay. It's not really clear to me, but I will take it offline and I will email you a couple of other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. There is no further speakers on the speakers list, so it is before committee for a show of hand vote. Did I get a mover and seconder? No? Okay. If I could, please, mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Pauls, and show of hand vote, please. Councillor Pauls, is that in favor? Thank you. That carries. Elsie McCrae, you got the dissenting vote.
So through the Deputy Mayor, my suggestion would be is if councillors want to be recorded as opposed, that we do an electronic vote, because as of a show of hand votes, we do not report individual votes. So if that is the will of committee, I would
prefer that.
Yep,
yeah, I would give my colleagues the opportunity to.
Give me 1 second just to pull it up.
Okay, committee members, on the item that we just discussed,
to receive
electronic vote to receive HSC 25044. And that carries. Thank you. On to 7.3, Housing Services Division Contracts, HSC 25041. And again, Director Baird, do you want to provide a brief overview?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the report before you is in response to an outstanding business item. There was a request to provide an inventory of the types of contracts that Housing Services funds. So as you know, the majority of the work we do is through other providers. And so this is a report is coming to you showing the funding source, so whether it's provincial, municipal, or federal funding, as well as the type of contract that's being funded.
Thank you for that overview. Colleagues, the speakers list is open. First up, we have Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And through the chair, I was looking at the Housing Service Division contracts, and I'm looking under residential care facilities. And it's supportive housing. I know quite a bit about it because I volunteer in one of them. I'm wondering, it says there's number of agreements says 90. I thought we had 48 providers. Is that just RCF care facility? How many providers do we have?
Through the chair. So you're correct on both, in fact. So the number of total agreements, in many cases, there are more than one. There's more than one agreement per provider. If during the year we change something within their agreement, there'll be an addendum, and so they might have 2 agreements, and you'll see that with a couple of the facilities. So we don't have 90 facilities. You're right with your 48 number.
Okay, and I know, in fact, some of them are not taking the provincial, they're not taking the funding. So it'd be great to know how many providers are receiving more than one contract. That would be good to know, so we can divide how many of them, and the ones that are not receiving provincial funding. So I request if we could do that. Maybe you could send me an email how many of the providers are having more than 2 contracts. If that's okay.
Yes, through the chair, Councillor, I will send you an email with the summary, but for this group, there's 2 different groupings within the RCF group, I would say. So we have 48 RCF operators who are subsidized, so they receive some subsidy from Housing Services, and it's this provincial HPP funding that funds that. The city licenses RCFs beyond those subsidized homes, so any facilities that don't receive subsidy might still be licensed as an RCF, however, are not a subsidized facility.
Okay, I'm a little bit more confused now. But anyway, if you could send me the breakdown, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Dan. I just want to thank Staff A for this report and draw attention to page 2 of 5 of the report. We frequently, as we did this morning, heard from many people who are upset about how we handle encampments, and the implication is that the city is not pulling its weight. This report would indicate that the city is pulling above its weight. The municipality is investing $130.2 million, 68%, in housing and homelessness. The province gives us $29.3 million, 15%. The feds give us outright 9%, or $17.9 million, and then the feds and the province combined on separate programming initiatives provide us $14.2 million, or 8%. When you look at these numbers, it is clear that the city is providing the financial support that we believe our residents can afford, and we are constantly being asked to spend more, while the feds and the province, who in many cases caused this problem, are not funding enough. It is the province that eliminated rent control, which saw rents skyrocket to $2,400. It is the feds that changed the immigration program, and we do not get the same funding that we used to get. As a matter of fact, if you go to the next page, it shows asylum housing. So these are folks who are refugees coming into our country legally, following the process. We have 9. So the question is, with all of the immigration that has come into Hamilton, I know Toronto has had a huge increase. Are they all living on the streets because they haven't been provided the supports? That's the federal responsibility. So I just want to draw everyone's attention, especially the media. This is the balance sheet. This is who is spending to provide supports for the homeless and unhoused and social housing in the city. The City of Hamilton property taxpayers are coming to the table at 68%. The feds and the province better step up, because the property taxpayers have no more room. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Nobody else is on the speakers list, so we need a mover and seconder to receive the report. Oh, Councillor Crutch.
Apologies, I added myself while you were speaking.
No worries. Go ahead.
My question's about the chart, which will surprise no one. My question about the chart is specific to understanding how this maps to specific providers. And so is there a way for us to get that information? I think it's a little hard for me when I look at this list of programs here to understand exactly who these programs providers are and how they relate. So for instance, there might be one provider who's in many categories. There could be one provider only in a single category. If I don't know the providers, it makes it difficult for me, especially when I'm looking around Ward 2, for example, and know which providers are here to kind of co-locate those things, right? And to unpack all this. So is there some way for us to, by council, perhaps just have a 4th column that says, here, a list of all the actual providers and their names? I assume it's public information, so that's why I'm asking.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. Yes, we can do that by council. I will put a caveat on it to say that some of the contracts we have are with individuals, so individuals who receive subsidy. That would not be something I would be sharing publicly. However, for the agencies that we fund, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we're exhausted. The speakers list, no, we didn't. I am lying. We have Councillor Spadafora. No, Councillor Cooper, my apologies. It's not on the list, so then I'm just seeing a finger pointed this way and nobody's indicating to me. So help your chair out here and let me know. There you go, nice and clear. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cooper.
I have a question about these contracts and the program. So, I've seen in the Spectator where they've had lists of people being expropriated from their homes to do with Metrolinx and what's going on downtown. But I don't see any programs here about replacing that housing. Where do I see the, through you, Chair, to the housing supports for those people being displaced through the exercise Metrolinx is going through right now?
Yeah, that's Metrolinx, but go ahead.
Through the chair. So thank you for the question, Councillor. So that is through Metrolinx, and they manage that with respect to what the housing replacement looks like. We do have tenant support programs, so if people feel that they are inappropriately displaced or evicted inappropriately, they can go through that process, but Metrolinx manages that piece of work.
So is Metrolinx providing housing to these people? And is it permanent or temporary?
Through the chair, so it sort of depends on the individual circumstance and where they're being displaced from. And again, Metrolinx is managing that themselves.
Do we end up getting a report back from Metrolinx on just the impacts?
Councillor Cooper, these are great questions. As chair of the LRT subcommittee as well, happy to sidebar with you to help you understand and get oriented on the file.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay, that now exhausts the speakers list. Yes. Do we have a mover and seconder to receive this report? Councillor Clark and Councillor Crutch, thank you both. Show of hands vote to receive the report. Oh, one more question. Almost.
Sorry, when we get that report back, it would be helpful if we, at the very least, knew how many clients are being served by each contract. So here we're seeing a list of contracts, but we don't know the breadth of that service. It may be one. If it is one, I would suggest to the director, redact the name, but still put there's one, and then provide us not by any extent identifying anyone, just how many people are being served through this contract, because that will show us exactly how many people overall are being served across the city. Is that a fair request?
Councillor Clark, are you looking for a numerical on the non-service provider agencies as well as the numerical on the number of residents served?
The report, if we start on page 3 of 5,
yeah,
it shows a number of agreements. For example, social housing repair, 40 agreements. It would be helpful if we knew how many people that are being served by those contracts.
I'm seeing a nodding of head, but Director, please.
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Councillor. So before it comes back to Council, the chart will have a couple of more columns that'll outline who the actual agencies are that are tied to those contracts, and per agency, how many people are served through that contract, with the exception of the individuals.
Thank you, Chair. I sincerely thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Trying to make eye contact. Anybody else? We're done. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Show of hands vote, please. If everybody could indicate your vote, thank you very much, and that carries. All right, on to 7.4. Give me a quick second, which is our management update on the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access, and Accountability, CM 25006. This item includes a staff presentation, and I see our staff are making their way to the podium. Director Leishman, when you're ready, if you could introduce the team as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think they're looking at me to make an introduction first.
I wasn't sure.
Right.
Apologies, City Manager.
Not
Go
at
for
all.
it.
City Manager Marty Clucky, and through you, Madam Chair. Thanks. So this report provides our first, but certainly not our last, management update on the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access, and Accountability. And the task force had recommended 27 action items in their report earlier this year. And so the team is here to update both on the approach moving forward and highlight the progress made to date. So I don't want to steal their thunder, but 26% of the recommendations are complete, those which could be handled in the budget with no impact to resources, financial or otherwise, that were underway. 56% are in progress, and 18% are on hold or under review and will be sought further direction from Council as they'll talk you through. But I just wanted to highlight some of them because many of the actions, particularly in communications, equity, and digital transformation, are already being advanced within work plans and budgets, and others will require further analysis and Council's direction with detailed options in 2026. But beyond these numbers, this work reflects the city's commitment to building trust, to improving access, and to increasing transparency. And it also reinforces our mission to foster a more inclusive and equitable community, to ensure that all of the voices of Hamiltonians are heard and valued in our approach. So we're excited to move this report forward and hear what the team has to say. And in closing, I just want to thank the Mayor for championing this important initiative, thank Council for their support through it. A special appreciation goes out to the members of the task force for their dedication throughout. And while the task force is now complete, they still provided valuable feedback into the implementation plan to make sure that we were hearing them correctly and reflecting it in the work of staff that's being reported to you today. And of course, I want to thank the team who have worked very hard because this is a cross-departmental effort. There's no team that this doesn't touch in the city in some way in our efforts to improve transparency, access, and accountability. So I will turn it over to them now to walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Good morning, Pat Leishman, Director of Enterprise Portfolio Management. I am here with Kim Adrevez, Manager of Continuous Improvement and Customer Experience. So good morning, Mayor Horvath, Deputy Mayor, councillors, senior leadership, and the public. We are excited. We're here this morning to give you a management update on the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access, and Accountability. We might be here to give you an update on, we're not moving forward. Apologies. What did I do wrong? I'm told the computer's slow, so at least it's the computer and not me. So given that, this morning we will touch briefly on the background, the task force recommendations that were brought to the city, speak a little bit about the governance, because it's important that we have a correct process in order to ensure that these actions and recommendations are heard and embraced and brought back to council for appropriate decision making, and then give you an update on some progress and highlights, and then dive into next steps. So just a gentle reminder on the purpose of the Mayor's Task Force was to really improve trust and transparency between the City of Hamilton and Hamilton residents and the diverse communities that we do serve. Their mandate was really, had two key components to it. The first was to hear the public's voice and make sure there was public input, and secondly, to suggest actual actions, to get down to recommendations and actions. You can see from the timeline at the bottom, they started in early 23 and then returned to this committee in April of 25 with their actual recommendations and actions. So what came out of that were 5 summary recommendations. They were focused on improving communications, addressing equity gaps, enhancing our use of digital tools, investing in professional development, and taking concrete steps on accountability across the organization. You'll notice that at the bottom it speaks to these 5 recommendations being subdivided into 27 action items. Many of those are citywide. Many of them are also focused on departments, divisions, and actual service levels. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Manager Kim Adrevez to complete the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to speak about the governance. In response to Council's direction, an interdepartmental working group has been formed to assess feasibility and capacity to implement the recommendations. It includes directors from across the organization and is supported by the senior leadership team and sponsored by the city manager, who has final approval in terms of what is brought forward to council for direction. The task force recommendations align very well with the transformative work that the city is undertaking to improve services and build better. Staff in the city manager's office, who also lead key enterprise initiatives such as the enterprise customer service strategy, coordinates the working group. They oversee public engagement, track progress, and report back to council on results and for direction. This approach ensures that the action items are fully integrated into the city's highest priority citywide initiatives. So as City Manager Clucky mentioned, the 27 action items ranged from quick wins to complex initiatives. 5 of the actions will be coming back to council for direction once staff finishes additional review. The 10 quick wins that could be accomplished within existing resources are either complete or in progress, and the balance will be implemented where there's no impact to resources, with some of the recommendations coming back to council for additional direction. This chart provides a visual summary of the number of action items within each of the 5 summary recommendations and their current status. As you can see, we've made tangible progress towards meeting the task force's vision. While the task force has completed its mandate, staff have met with its members and confirmed that this approach is in line with their expectations. And we actually had very positive feedback, which was quite heartening. So there's been progress made in multiple areas, but I'm going to highlight just two. One of the actions was for the city website to include the ability to offer translations in multiple languages. In addition to having translation functionality built into its website, the city offers interpretation in over 80 languages, so residents can contact the city and request to have service in the language that they indicate. All city divisions also have access to professional translation services to support inclusive communication. Similarly, there were multiple actions around staff professional development, including establishing equity and reconciliation training. Mandatory IDEA, inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility training is in place for all staff. Over 6,000 employees have completed modules focused on bias awareness, anti-racism, and cultural competency. Indigenous cultural training is mandatory for all people leaders and is being rolled out to city staff citywide. Additionally, the Indigenous Relations Division offers educational opportunities, particularly around the Indigenous Days of Significance. So looking ahead to next steps, the Interdepartmental Working Group will continue to develop a detailed implementation plan, including timelines, cost considerations, and accountability measures to present to Council, to present to General Issues Committee in Q1 of 2026 for direction from Council. Our focus will be on advancing the ongoing initiatives to completion and addressing action items that require additional review. Progress updates will be provided biannually to ensure transparency, and we're just about to have a dedicated webpage up and running where residents can go for easy access to reports and visual infographics tracking the progress. That's all for us. Thank you for your attention and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Speakers list is open. Any questions or comments? See, Councillor Crutch is indicating. Councillor Alex Wilson is indicating. Okay, Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. I'm not sure if my questions or comments are for the city manager or for folks presenting, and so I'll just make those comments and as you wish with them. I think that when I'm reading this, and as I've said before a number of times, that's what I spend a large part of my life doing, is reading text, interpreting it, understanding it, and making meaning from it. So my question, I guess, firstly is, was Appendix D specifically, in the form we see it today, shared with members of the task force?
Through the chair, Kim Adreva is manager of continuous improvement and customer experience. It was not shared in that level of detail. However, we discussed it, and the report had not yet been published, so we were trying to be respectful of that process, but we did go through it with them verbally and answer questions about the specific actions and discuss specific initiatives that were underway.
Thanks. I ask because when I look at the Appendix D specifically, what I see here is there's a stark difference sometimes between things in the recommended steps for implementation column, which is the third column, and the last column. And so I'd ask if you could actually sit down with folks again and re-review that language. A good example is, or the best example that I can bring to light here, is there was an ask for the neighborhood action strategy to be revisited, right? Or the neighborhood risk strategy to be revisited. The response was, well, we're setting up community liaison groups. I can tell you wholeheartedly, those things have nothing to do with one another in any kind of measurable way. And so I think there's a disconnect between some of these things. When I look at the top section, sort of the first few recommendations, what I hear the committee saying, and again, I listened very carefully to the work they did, and I've talked to some of the members since, a policy review, all existing communication policies. The response is, oh, we're going to look at the ones just done in the last 7 years. The reason why that's a problem is because we're not scheduling a plain language review until 2026. So if we're not scheduling a review of these policies with clear writing and clear language in 2026, all the policies need to be looked at to make sure they conform, not just the ones from the last 7 years. So I think that's the spirit of what I'm seeing here. And so I just ask if you go back and just make sure that really these match up with the recommendations, because when I read through, I saw dissonance there. I think it's also important for us to understand when we see things like, there was one section here that says, if I recall, I'm just going to find it quickly. Here it is. Recommendation number 4, a plain language and digital accessibility audit is planned for 2026 and depends on securing all necessary resources. I think for us and for everybody else, I think we need to know what that means. Is it this is subject to the 2026 budget? This requires an out-of-budget ask. It's going to cost X, Y, and Z. So I think if there's the time to come back next time, because you said this is your first report, when it comes back, more congruence between those things, so make sure we understand. And also I think would be helpful, finally for me, is when we do audits with the Auditor General, what we have in the past had, which has been really, really helpful, is management response, agree, disagree, right? So when I read this, I can't really tell if we are completely agreeing, we have a slightly different opinion or impression, and so it'd be great to have a column in there that says, yep, we agree, this is what we're doing. We disagree, this is why we're not doing it. So it's really clear to signal to everyone, including those members, that it's going in a certain direction. I'm sure that when you had a high-level conversation, they appreciate this approach, and it looks great to me. I just think there's some synchronicity that needs to happen. Thanks so much.
Through the chair, thank you so much, Councillor, for your feedback, and it's an excellent point. I just wanted to flag that the column in Appendix D are progress updates to date, and it's not meant to be an exhaustive response to the recommendations. So what we've indicated were some steps that were either underway or have taken place within approved budgets and existing work plans, and then recognizing that there are additional steps that need to be taken to fully satisfy the recommendations or the action items that we will be coming back to Council for further direction.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Alex Wilson.
I ended up having the same question about comparing that third column with the last column. I had different examples. I was going to talk more about the Engage Hamilton and the project update. So I think hearing that answer, I'll just kind of skip ahead and ask, when is the next update coming, and will that include the built-out action plan for all of these actions? Will it be maybe we focus on the short-term ones, a built-out action plan? Or are you just able to scope what that next report looks like? So for example, I'll say specifically on the project tracking one, that's one where I think there's council input warranted in what are the types of things your constituents are actually looking for project updates on. Are they the things we currently put on Engage Hamilton? Because that's the plan, is to look at how Engage Hamilton can be a better tool, appreciating that. I think there are some things we don't put on Engage Hamilton that are the things that people are asking for the most, and they're the when's the grass getting cut, like those standard maintenance pieces are sometimes the pieces people have lots of questions about. And so just wondering, in terms of the scope, if you could talk about the next report, what level of detail for how many recommendations, and if project tracking is an example, feel free to use that one, that's the one, but just in general, what's happening at the next one, and can you scope that next update?
Yeah, so through the chair, and thank you for the question. Sorry, we're different heights. So looking at it from the standpoint of next steps and what we had committed to, we are working hard to try and get that next level of detail into the report. So if you'll notice in this report, it's talking a short, medium, and long-term time frame. We need to get that down into better clarity and delineate the actual time frame in more detail. That also contributes to further delineation on the actions and being able to come back by the end of Q1, as early as possible in Q1, but definitely committing to by the end, that we have a more fulsome plan with the interdepartmental working group clearly understanding and owning and accountable for these tasks and driving them back to council where we need decisions. So at this point in time, we have some work to do. We've been able to do this high-level review and get this to you today, but we do still have some work to do across the city.
Thank you, appreciating that. And so is there a destination or maybe a chunk of where we're trying to get to for the next report? So understanding that there's work to be done, understanding that there's an acknowledgement that this is a point in time, just are you able to set my expectations for the next report so I understand what's a fair expectation in terms of how far we'll be when that is?
And through the chair, I appreciate the question. We're really trying to do it thoroughly and properly and thoughtfully. So we're working very carefully with the interdepartmental working group to try to make sure that we're not charging ahead at the expense of getting you good information. So we're trying to establish the scope. I would say at minimum, you can expect for things that have been identified as being implementable in the short term to have a very detailed roadmap, where some of the more complex actions that are a longer horizon will perhaps be the ones that take a little bit longer to scope out and come back. Is that a fair answer?
Yeah, I think that helps color in, just so understanding that the next one, there may not be a complete action plan for all 27 recommendations, but the current hope is to be able to report back on the short-term ones with a built-out action plan. And so questions like Councillor Kretsch asked, the president's maybe asking about is this all the actions we're going to take to achieve this outcome? Maybe we won't have that at the next report for all 27, but the hope is right now for the short-term ones, we'll be able to have that conversation around those questions. Is that a fair rephrasing?
Through the chair, yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have the mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. I just want to say thank you to the staff team. Thank you to the city manager's office. This process was one that took a little bit longer in terms of the committee than they had hoped, but they wanted to get it right. And from what I see, not only in terms of the engagement here around the committee table, but also with the interdepartmental approach, this is being taken seriously. And when we ask people in a volunteer way to invest time and effort and thoughtfulness and into processes that would help us perhaps respond to some of the criticisms that the council has had over the many years, we end up with something that's quite remarkable. And I want to say, not only do I appreciate the report that we're having today, but also the future of this work, which I think will make some positive changes for the city and for how community engages with the city. So thank you so very, very much.
Thank you. And with that, we have the mayor moving the report. Somebody to second to receive the report. Oh, my apologies, Councillor Pauls. I didn't glance over at the speakers list. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to find how do we engage Hamilton more? I find that we come up with these solutions and very few people are engaged. The percentage, what percentage, and where are we engaging people? What area? Is it the mountain, downtown, wherever? First of all, how many and how do we increase it?
So through the chair and for clarity, I just wanted to refer Councillor Pauls that the engagement that happened with this report was done through the task force. So it wasn't the city's engagement.
Okay.
But if you're asking in general, how do we do a better job at engagement? I believe that's something we're going to be looking at through this.
Yes, because I find very few people engage in our engagement. Like, unless I go door to door and talk to them and see what their concerns are, it seems like that's the only way I find out, even in Ward 7, what the concerns are. So,
through the chair, you are correct, yes.
Yeah, so it'd be great to know how we involve more people. The recommendations are there, but how many people recommended this? That's all I want to know. How many people want this?
200.
Through the chair, the consultation for this particular report, I believe, involved 272 people through the Engage platform. However, the task force also engaged in other tactics like focus groups and one-on-one interviews and had support through the SPRC and other agencies.
That's my point. My point is we have, 600,000 people in our city, and we get 272 people engaged in this important, and I think you're doing a great job, the city's doing a great job, but we have to make sure the voices of a lot of people are heard. So I think this is the number one important thing we need to know. What are people really saying? We can't just say 272 people told us we have to do this, 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 and that. We have to engage more people, and I think that's where our focus should be.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's why we feel it's so important that as decisions and recommendations come back to council for decision, that it's within that light as to what was the actual input from the public, and that decisions are made at that point how to move forward based on that limited input.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Deputy Mayor, when I'm looking at all of the documentation, there are several that would appear at the very least needing to come back to council for determination as its policy. For example, code of conduct, creating an ombudsman office, all of those things. So I'm trying to understand exactly how is this flowing forward. You've reviewed the recommendations, senior staff and management have been looking at those and how it could be implemented. They're providing comments. When you come back with your final report, is that report going to contain recommendations that council must adopt or at least consider? Because some of these things are going to be budget implications.
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly the intention of coming back to council with more detail in Q1 of 2026. So just exactly as you've described, Councillor, that staff will continue having those discussions, fleshing out what implementation looks like from a resourcing perspective, and coming back to council for direction with alternatives for consideration and ongoing reporting.
Thank you, and I know we'll thank the committee members who worked with the mayor and staff on it. This is a huge undertaking. When you really look at it, it's significant. So my hat is off to the mayor and the committee for digging into this. There were several things that they heard and wanted to deal with, and they found that we were already in some stage of implementing those things. But it's not one policy. It's a breadth of policies across the entire organization, and that for me is a bit staggering. So I appreciate the work of the committee, and I look forward to the final report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Jackson, and for a second time, Councillor Crutch.
Thanks very much. A simple question. The whole idea of engagement and the cycle of engagement, the idea of continuity, affirming that engagement, finding creative, positive ways of encouraging people to not only participate, but to increase the participation rate. I'm with Councillor Pauls on that. Specifically, I'm just looking at Appendix D, there's reference to create an ombudsperson's office, which I think would be one of the creative ways to guarantee a cycle of engagement. And I'm wondering, there's no reference there to the timeline. I wonder if somebody could explain what the timeline for that particular recommendation might be. I happen to think that might be the hidden gem in the report. But can you tell us when that's going to happen, please?
Through the chair, that recommendation is currently under review. So a timeline has not been identified at this stage. It's certainly something that this is the intention of coming back to council as we continue to flesh out and continuing to engage as we move along. So I don't have a timeline for implementation at this stage, but certainly something we will come back to council with.
Let me just make an observation. I think moving forward with something like this would be an outward and visible manifestation of the seriousness that we would give to transparency and the willingness to listen to those we're privileged to represent, think thoughtfully about what they're saying, and to respond efficiently to it. So I really think it's an important structural, functional activity that needs a timeline, and the sooner the better. I'm not really comfortable hearing it's going to be under review by a team of people somewhere. It needs a greater degree of specificity, in my humble opinion. That's all I want to say on that. Thanks.
Through the chair, I believe City Manager Clucky has some comments.
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you. It's a very good point, Councillor McMeekin, through the chair. What I'll add to this is that this was sort of to Councillor Clark's earlier point in terms of the items that have to come back to council. So there's some items that were quick wins that were already underway that could be actioned or could be done relatively easily, and you see that reflected in the percentage complete or in progress. And then there were some, like the Ombudsman's Office recommendation, that requires more thorough analysis, and then dialogue around the council table to make those decisions. So the intent of the Q1 2026 report is to delve into the implementation plan for the whole program, but also zone in on some of those items that require more direction from council, because there's impacts in terms of resources, both financial and staff, and there are decisions that are best made by our governance body, which is council. So we're looking forward to bringing that depth back in Q1, but your point is well taken.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thanks, Director Leishman and Manager Adiola for the presentation. I think I want to piggyback on where Councillor Pauls and McMeekin were going. I don't think I got a clear answer. On page 4 of your report, progress on the task force recommendations will be reported publicly through semi-annual updates to council, supported by a web-based dashboard and infographic summaries, which will be available on the city's website, Q4, which we're into as of this date. Residents will be engaged through surveys and forums to provide feedback on the implementation priorities, creating a continuous feedback loop. Explain, please, through you, Deputy Mayor Nan. I don't think Councillor Pauls, not speaking for her, but I don't think she got the thoroughness of what that means, please. Are you staying with the 270 basically through implementation? Is it going to be broader? Are there going to be greater number of forums? I need crystal clearness on that, please. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, I thank you, Councillor, for your question. That is an excellent point. I'll just harken back to the comments we were making about the complexity of the implementation. There are 27 action items. Some of them, as City Manager Clucky mentioned, were quick and easy wins. Others are very complex and require more direction. So when we talk about coming back in Q1 2026, just to set the expectation that this wouldn't be the end of the story, that we will continue to report to council biannually, and we will need to seek feedback at points along the way. And the intention is that as we're moving through that journey, when there are recommendations that have significant impacts, that there will be opportunities to engage the public on those issues on an ongoing basis, so that we don't take the direction that we've received in April and then charge ahead with it for several years without checking back in with the public.
So Manager, I appreciate that. Again, residents will be engaged through surveys and forums. Can you just expand upon what that means to you and Director Leishman, please? You're staying with the 270 that got you here? Or, Councillor, we're going to expand that and we want even more engagement, and we're going to have a half a dozen forums as we try to embark upon implementation. Forgive me if I'm being a little slow with this, but I just need some greater clarity and expand on that, please. And that's my last question, Deputy Mayor.
I believe City Manager Clucky has comments.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, thanks. I think what we heard loud and clear through the Mayor's task force, that we need more engagement. And I'm hearing the point that the engagement maybe wasn't as it didn't include as many residents as we would like. But what did come through were the themes, and that's that we want to build trust, we want to improve access, we want more transparency and more accountability. And those are themes I think that we can all agree to, that we saw through the surveys, through the Mayor's task force, but we see on a day-to-day basis in our interactions, and we want to build that. And so in short, our engagement needs to be robust. It needs to cross all of the city's areas geographically. It needs to reach different demographics. It needs to have different mediums, meaning in-person, focus groups, surveys, one-on-ones. So the engagement, while it will vary, as my colleague stated, depending on the initiative itself, because this is a big program of projects, the intent is to make sure that that's quite robust and meet the intent I'm hearing around the council table, which is engage, hear the voices, make sure it's robust and reflective of our community. So from a philosophical perspective, that's the intent, and that is our commitment to council and the community. We will hear more voices and reflect them in decision making.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky, for raising my comfort level, and thank you, Manager Adiola, as well. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. For a second time, first time, Councillor Cooper, and then Councillor Crutch.
I'll just mention this. Just coming off the campaign trail, knocking on thousands of doors, I didn't see any of these issues raised at the doors when I've been knocking, right? So I'm not sure having 272 people coming and giving these points of view is reflective of at least what's going on in my ward. So just food for thought.
Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. I think there's value to us getting these reports here. And part of what we're doing here, I think, is providing feedback about what we see when we get feedback from our residents and how those residents are represented by each and every one of us. I think everyone would like to have seen a higher number here. No one's saying we think 272 is the sky and the limit. I don't think anyone is happy with that, and we want to see more engagement. But we also did put together a task force of individuals who didn't just show up yesterday, who came here with comments and feedback and their own ideas as part of task force. And one of the problems with task forces is they dissolve at some point, and so you don't get that continued ongoing conversation. Also, I think this shouldn't be news to anybody. Municipalities deeply struggle with engagement, including during elections. Despite getting a near majority in the 2022 election, only 9.8% of Ward 2 residents voted me into this chair. And if I want to just take the MCAP stats, even just for fun, we don't even get up to 20% of people. No one here has ever been voted in by a majority of residents, and no majority of residents has ever weighed in on anything in the city. So I really want us to keep that in pace. Sure, we want to raise the number up. Yes, we had 19,000 people talk about stop sprawl. Still, 19,000 people is an infinitesimal fraction of the city's, overall population. When we look at statistical modeling, they say that for cities of our size, we're looking at trying to get survey results that are more than, I think it's 350-ish to get a statistically meaningful perspective. We want to have a spread across all the wards. So I'm here for saying we need to have more engagement, but I think we also have to be honest about the fact that it's difficult to engage and that work's going to take a long time, and staff seem committed to doing it.
Thank you. I see nobody else on the speakers. Councillor Cooper?
Councillor Crutch has a great point. I mean, we set up meetings, people don't come. You got to go to the people. You got to knock. I mean, you see how many votes I got, right? But I knocked on thousands of doors, pretty close to 10,000 doors. That's how you get the voice of the people. You got to go to them. You can't sit on committees. You can't ask them to come to you. You got to go to them. They're engaged in full lives, okay? And so if we really care what people think, we got to find a way to go and engage people at the doors. And I'll just say we need to look at our model and our approach.
Okay. I see a lot of hands going up. I am going to encourage all of you who have laptops, please use that forum. I understand Councillor Cooper doesn't have the ability to use eScribe. So if you all could do that, that enables me to make sure I'm naming people as you're indicating. So next up we have Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Pauls.
I can't dispute anything that I've heard from councillors around the table. What I can say is direct notification to residents from the city of Hamilton happens maybe twice a year when they get their property taxes. That's the only time we communicate with the residents through the mail. I've said this before, we should be reaching out to all of the residents, asking them for their input on different items. And it could be easily done, including just putting it in the tax bill. But to not take advantage of that option, we lost CHML. Everyone's watching American cable channels now. It's really challenging to break through the noise. And so we have to take that initiative. And that means we have to be the ones that are reaching out directly to the homes, through the mail, through ad that gets dropped at the door, but somehow we need to communicate directly with the residents. I'm sorry, but 272, I appreciate their input, but it is not reflective of the overall community. And saying that it costs too much money to communicate with residents, I think that's a mistake. I think it costs us more not to communicate with residents. Just my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls?
I was going to say the same thing, but I want to tell you what people are concerned for. They're concerned about roads, taxes, and where our money's being spent. That's the key three things. So if we could communicate, I communicate with my ward's residents. Councillor Cooper did his Ward 8, and that's what he's hearing. Taxes, how our city spends the money, and roads. If we could figure that out, I think we'll communicate. I think we'll get more response and, for people to engage in that. And Councillor Clark is absolutely right. We have our newsletters. We go door-to-door knocking. When we have, I had a community meeting. I had almost 100 people there because I went door to door and said, are you concerned about the taxes? Well, coming out. I had to go door to door. So that's how our council should be working. Find out what people really want. They want to know where the money is spent. Number one. Thank you.
Thank you. Transparency, access, and accountability. Sounds like a lot of agreement around the table that that needs to be addressed and addressed thoroughly on behalf of the residents of the city of Hamilton. Our speakers list is exhausted. We have a mover and the mayor. Do I have a seconder to receive the report? Thank you, Councillor Clark. Thank you for the presentation and the report and overview. Councillor Maureen Wilson, did you want to say something?
I do.
It's been the trend today. I'll continue opening up the mic. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Mayor. I'm not going to quibble or challenge any of the comments that have been made, but I would like to offer the following comment. If we continue to only treat municipal government as a service provider and an administrative unit, we are going to continue to struggle with discussions about engagement. So nobody around the going to the door is likely going to say, I'm really concerned about the state of local democracy. But in the absence of leaning into changes which strengthen, uphold, enable local democracy, we're going to, I hope, do a better job in being able to communicate and affect those very things that people are dealing with every single day. The condition of their roads, as Councillor Cooper said, the affordability, the burden of taxation, the state of their parks. But those things are done within a forum of local democracy. And I think the Forever Project is how do we act on those service impacts, but how do we do it in such a way that we're continuously improving our local democracy so that people feel that they've been heard, people feel that they're getting value for their money, and people feel that their representatives are acting in a legitimate and valid way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That exhausts our speakers list. It's been moved and seconded, and it's a show of hand vote to receive. All those in favor? Thank you, and that carries unanimously. All right, on to items for consideration. First up is Business Improvement Area Subcommittee minutes from September 16, 2025. Could I get a mover and seconder for the minutes? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by anyone? Councillor Spatafor, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval. It's an electronic vote, please, as there are recommendations embedded. Councillor Plarles, this is the BIA subcommittee minutes.
Thank you.
Yep. And that carries 14-0. On to 8.2, Service Manager Consent for Stony Creek Community Homes Incorporated to encumber 34 Mistywood Drive in Ward 9. If I could first get a mover and seconder for this report. Thank you, Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on the item? Councillor Clark, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. I'm encouraging my colleagues to support this proposal from the Stony Creek Community Homes. They have been looking at this for a little bit of time now and trying to maximize the amount of space on that property. And in order for them to really look at whether or not they could provide additional affordable housing on that particular property, they need to do some homework. And so what this does is it enables, basically, in layman's terms, a lien to be placed on the property that provides them the loan to actually do the homework that is required to go through that entire process. I don't know the outcome. I know they're looking at all options. They're keeping the residents informed. To the residents at Mistywood, nobody is displacing you. This is a process that they are undertaking, and you will be fully involved in this process. So the rumors that they're going to be displaced from their homes next week are false. Someone in the community created those rumors. They certainly did not come from the city, the province, or the housing provider. The housing provider will be required, Deputy Mayor, and you know this from your position as President of City Housing, they will be required to decant residents, in other words, move residents who are receiving housing there to another location while the construction is happening. They will also be given an opportunity to come back to that location should they choose to after the construction is finished. But this is the beginning of a very long process. As you know, it does not happen overnight. So I'm just encouraging my colleagues to give them the latitude to do the work so that they can be fully informed about their options and then start to make some decisions. Thank you.
There's nobody else on the speakers list, so it's before committee for electronic vote. Great. I misspoke earlier. Councillor Cooper, you do have access to eScribe. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, so that carries on to 8.3 Downtown Subcommittee Minutes DSCC 25-003 from September 16, 2025. Mover in Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you both. Any discussion on this report? Just give the Councillor Crutch, please go ahead.
Thanks. This was our first full meeting of the Downtown Subcommittee since it was struck 2 meetings ago in July, and we actually had a chance to receive back a number of reports from staff about initiatives downtown. I just want to thank everyone for participating fully in this. For those of you who aren't aware of what's happening here, we had a task force that was in place for many years beforehand, but we didn't have that commitment from staff to be at the task force table. That's not how task forces work. Task forces don't generally commission reports back from staff in the same way that a subcommittee does. So we eliminated the task force, created a subcommittee. So far, so good. We've got lots of responses back. We're moving issues forward. There's a timeline, there's reports, there's an outstanding business list, and the people around the table are happy from what I can tell right now in terms of the direction we're heading in with the things we're trying to achieve downtown. Some have been on the table for 10 years plus, right? Issues that need to get resolved. And so some of these things will be coming forth through the budget process, I imagine, because of the nature of the fact that the committee wasn't up and running a long time in advance, but some of these things may have budget implications. Just wanting to flag that for people. Some of them are minor, some of them are more extensive, but we require funding to deal with some of these issues. Things that are maybe not as obvious, but I think we see every day. When you look at a picture, I said this at the committee, when you look at a picture from 1970 of downtown Hamilton, what you often see in that picture of existing buildings, right? Places or spaces that currently exist. What you often see is a simplicity there, meaning there's not 65 things on a light pole, a giant billboard, all kinds of sign pollution, and other kinds of issues. And so I think what makes it challenging sometimes downtown is that we have a lot of that, and we're trying to find ways to deal with it. Also, things end up being in disrepair quite often. So you see the bottom of a light standard will suddenly be missing. Well, it's very difficult to replace those, it turns out. They're custom. It's difficult to replace them because they're made of a metal product. They're more likely to be stolen, or people are more interested in them. So city's going to come back with a report on how to make those out of different materials and how to get them to come here more quickly so we can replace them, right? So there's a whole host of things like that happening. I just wanted to give you that sense of what's going on there, and I really appreciate Councillor Maureen Wilson and everybody who's there. We're currently recruiting also. So we're looking for business owners in the downtown, one from James Street North, one from James Street South. another business representative, and looking to add the newly formed Hess Village BIA to the board as well. So it's going well. Just wanted you to know.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded before committee for electronic vote. And that carries on to 8.4, Downtown and Barton Kenilworth Housing Opportunities Program application for 405 Main Street West, Hamilton in Ward 1, moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by myself. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval. And that carries on to 8.5, which is the Environmental Remediation and Site Enhancement Redevelopment Grant, application ERG-14-06 for 804 and 816 King Street West, Hamilton in Ward 1. Moved again by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconder for the erase grant here. Councillor Crutch, thank you both. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, it's before committee for electronic vote. And that carries as well. On to 8.6, renewable agreements and operating budget pre-approval, report HSC 25033. Could I get a mover and seconder to put this on the table? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Cassar. Thank you. Any discussion? Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. An interesting report. Can I get some understanding from staff? These agreements, they are solely for the provision of housing services, or are these agreements within agreements that are being administered by the service provider? So repairs, contracts, those types of things. How deep does this go?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So the report as it stands before you is related to all contracts that carry year to year. So the majority of the contracts we have are with not-for-profit providers, whether those be contracts for repair that you're talking about, contracts for operations of things like shelters, contracts to provide people with rent subs, and those pieces of work are ongoing and continuous. The problem that happens is right now we don't issue the contract or the funding to those providers until such time that either the city's levy budget is approved, if it's a municipally funded initiative, or provincial federal contracts later in the year. And so there is a delay. So for these not-for-profit providers, they are incurring significant costs, basically waiting on us and our contract approval process and the budget approvals through those different agencies before funding flows. So this report before you speaks to all of those contracts that we talked about earlier that are issued through housing services.
Thank you. And so the impact on the annual budget is just a flow through from the contract from the previous year? Or are you increasing the municipal budget through these contracts that are being extended? So are you increasing the value of those contracts, or do those contracts remain revenue neutral flowing through? And if there's any need for additional funding, it has to come to council.
Through the chair. So correct, Councillor. So the assumption through this and through our contract process is that we aren't seeing an increase from other orders of government. So that's whether that's our federal or provincial funding envelopes, that we see what we see year over year, and that's for the most part been the case. Occasionally we get minor increases, but that's what we're working within. So you'll still see the usual budget process come forward, and you'll see the Housing Services Division budget, and that's based on the assumption that those federal and provincial funding sources continue as is. This is not asking for approval to increase budget.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll support it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask just for a slight overview of the report, because I'm just looking for some assurance, and obviously I'm not understanding, is this is not going to result in something has been approved previously in our budget. A service provider is awaiting senior order of government funding commitment. It will not result in sort of a stranded municipal investment such that they're not able to capitalize or secure a senior order of government investment, and therefore our investment, for lack of a better word, is for naught. Could I have some further information through the chair? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. So correct, that wouldn't be the case. With respect to an overview of the report overall, so what happens right now is if I sort of work through an example, we have a not-for-profit provider that provides transitional housing, provides shelter, for example. And what's happened, and we've heard time and time again, unfortunately, from providers, is that while we're waiting for budget processes to go forward, we aren't flowing funding to them. So they're operating out of pocket, if you will, for that period of time. Sometimes it's 3 to 6 months. And so what this report is asking for is that approval that those continuous contracts are renewable up to a 7-year time period. We'll still review the contract to make sure that the right clauses are in the contract annually, but that the funding doesn't stop in those interim periods. So it provides some security for the providers that they continue providing the services. If we think about the types of services those are, they're critical to the community, and we certainly don't have the ability or the desire to have them stop for periods of time tied to our budget process.
Thank you, through the chair. So I thought I heard from Director Baird that this is not tethered to the realization of a senior order government project, and so it won't be stranded. I'm sorry, could you just focus on that part? Thank you.
Okay, so through the chair, so there is a piece here where some of our budgets do come from the provincial or federal government. So if we think about Reaching Home, for example, a provincial funding envelope, right now, that's a fiscal year budget for us, and there's been times when we don't get that budget approved from the province until well past March 31st. And so what this report allows to happen is that we're going to continue flowing money to those providers through a renewable ongoing contract while we wait for the provincial money to come through. So it doesn't prohibit the work from continuing, and we're operating under the assumption that we're getting that provincial funding. If we are notified that the provincial funding were to be decreased or stop, there is language within this and language within all of our contracts to put an exit clause in place so that then we are notifying of an end of service.
Oh, thank you for that last part. Thank you.
Thank you. And that, sorry, Councillor Kazar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. We have lots of conversation around efficiencies and finding efficiencies, and this report did mention efficiencies not only for what's been described with partner organizations, but also internally. So I would ask the director if she could just bring that out a little bit and share with the committee efficiencies that can be achieved if this is approved, and what they result in and what can be achieved through them. Thank you.
Through the chair. So thank you for that question, Councillor. So basically what's achieved through this process is that we're still doing the annual review of contracts, but the process, there's a lot of process improvement, I would say, along the way, in that we're not waiting for budget approval and then getting all of the contracts out the door at the same time. We still have to go through the contract process, the funding process with individuals. I think it's a internally an improved process. And I think the more important piece, what's really realized here, is that for providers, the funding is continuous, so they're able to maintain their cash flow on their end as well.
Through the chair, thanks. Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. So just picking up on the efficiency, I think what this also does is not only does it improve our customer services to our providers that are providing a very important service for us in the community, it also limits the amount of complaints that are coming back to the city at the present time, the process of trying to track where we're at with that process, the report back that are dragging staff time off of day-to-day work to address those. And so this is the hope, is this will eliminate that part of it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really enlightening and encouraging. I think it's a really good example of work that can be done within an operation to evaluate what's happening and questioning why do we do it that way? Is there a better way we can do it? And hopefully that's an inspiration for everyone throughout the city to look at what they do, because there are always better ways to do it. And that may or may not result in cost-saving efficiencies directly in terms of people doing jobs. But as we just heard from GM Mader, there's subsequent effects of extra work that's not being created anymore that can provide more time for people to do a better job of what they do, for better morale, for better retention, because people get to focus on what they're actually wanting to do in their career and getting good things done. So I think this is just a really good example. I wanted to make sure that got highlighted because it really came through in the report for me. So thank you to staff for bringing this forward.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That exhausts our speakers list. It's been moved and seconded. Elsie McCrae? Yeah. It's before committee for approval. Electronic vote, please. And that carries. On to 8.7, coordinated encampment response post-protocol interim report. Before we get a mover and seconder and I introduce the director, it's 12 o'clock. Colleagues, just want to check in with you. Complete this item and then break for lunch? Or break prior to this item? Break prior to this item? Okay, fair. And there is a lot of deliberation coming on this report, I anticipate. Okay, so then I will need a mover and seconder to recess for lunch. 30 minutes, moved by Councillor Cassara, seconded by, Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Pauls. And that would be an electronic vote or show of hands? Electronic vote. And that carries with one opposition. Well, I'll see you back in the chambers at 12:35. Thank you, and welcome back to General Issues Committee for October 1st. Next up on our agenda is 8.7, Coordinated Encampment Response Post-Protocol Interim Report, PED 25083A, and we have Director of Licensing Bylaw Services, Dan Smith, who will be providing committee with a brief overview.
Good afternoon. Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. So this report was prepared to give Council and the community an update on how encampments are being managed following the rescission of the 2023 Encampment Protocol earlier this year. Since March 2025, enforcement of the Parks Bylaw has been the main tool for addressing encampments, supported by the Coordinated Encampment Response Team, which brings together licensing and bylaw services that includes municipal law enforcement, animal services, as well as park staff, housing outreach, and Hamilton Police Service. This report highlights both progress and challenges. Since the shift to the Parks Bylaw enforcement approach, and at the time of drafting this report, more than 400 sites have been cleared. I'm able to provide an update now as it relates to the data as of today. Currently, we have registered 898 encampments cleared, and that includes 3,099 complaints received to licensing and bylaw services. There have been over 240 tons of waste removed, and thousands of complaints have been addressed. Outreach staff continue to connect with people in encampments, connect people with shelter and housing options in encampments, while parks and contractors have been cleaning, clearing, and restoring impacted green spaces. At the same time, enforcement has stretched staff resources, slowed response times on other bylaw services, and raised challenges such as reestablishing encampments after removal, addressing hard-to-reach sites, and dealing with some public frustration about delays. To sustain and support enforcement for the rest of 2025, the report recommends continued funding for Hamilton Police Service police constables. Alternatives such as adding additional municipal law enforcement officers or dedicated parks cleanup team are also presented as options, but not within the recommendations. Overall, this interim report shows that Hamilton is actively enforcing the Parks Bylaw while balancing the need for safety, cleanliness, and outreach to individuals unhoused.
Thank you for that overview. Speakers list is open. If I could get a mover and seconder first to put the report on the floor, and then we'll get into discussion. Moved by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pauls. First up on the speakers list, we have Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Pauls. For the rest of you, please indicate.
Thanks. I have some questions, and then I'll come back on for comments later. So I just want to briefly talk about the timeline and just have some confirmation from folks about what we've experienced as a timeline. So my understanding is we had 272 new shelter beds open up, and then we saw a bunch of folks who were unhoused be able to move into those. And so then we saw some folks not being in parks, not being in public spaces. And then, of course, there's a group of folks who we can't serve through that process because there's not a space for them. In the shelter system we have, they might be in a couple, they might face other barriers. There's a well-documented history of issues in shelters, including theft, harm, pests, violence of all kinds. And so for some folks, for many reasons, they can't access those shelter spaces. And right now, as you think said, Dan, the main thrust of what we're doing is just enforcing the Parks Bylaw. So enforcement is the main tool we're using right now for encampments. Could you confirm that all makes sense or is correct?
Through the chair, as it relates to the bylaw piece, yes, that is correct. Our main tool is the enforcement of the Parks Bylaw right now.
Perhaps Director Baird, you could just confirm the rest of the things I said made sense, were true.
Through the councillor, so right now the enforcement piece is separate from the housing-focused street outreach. We are still engaging with individuals, but the enforcement piece is the primary tool to manage encampments within parks.
Right, and back to what I said at the beginning, the 272 shelter beds allowed for people to move into the spaces. We know those aren't enough for everybody who's living unhoused, but that helped to some degree for those who could access shelter spaces.
Through the chair, so you're correct, we have expanded our shelter system. We have over 825 shelter beds in total across the whole sector right now. And you are correct that not everybody has a bed, nor is that what we want to see in the system. But we do know that there's flow in and out of shelters on a daily basis, and there is capacity to move people into shelter because people sort of come and go. If we were to have a shelter system that had spaces available at all times and gaps, if you will, we end up drawing in people from other areas. So we do want our shelter system not to be blocked, so there are beds moving in and out, but yet operating at a capacity.
Interesting. What's the approximate vacancy rate for apartments and rental units in the city of Hamilton?
Through the chair, I don't have that answer, but I can get it for you.
Thank you. How many staff are working to house people through the city's rent subsidy programs or other kinds of rental programs? And so just to make sure I'm asking the question really clearly, when individuals are seeking to rent and they're seeking to rent in a private space because we don't have enough public housing for people, there's a rent subsidy program, but there's also a program by which we help people get into apartments by discussing these things with landlords or multi-residential units and so on and so forth. There's a whole support team that does that work. There's not very many people, as my understanding, who are doing that work. How many are there doing that exact work?
So through the chair, within housing services, truly the whole complement is working on housing people, addressing homelessness, et cetera. So you're right that we have teams that do things like manage the wait list, manage the RGI subsidy, et cetera. And there's approximately 20 people on that team in total, and they're doing that whole spectrum of social housing. We also have caseworkers, RCF, subsidy workers, that kind of thing that are working within the shelter system, the RCF system, trying to support people on their housing journey, identify next steps where they can go. In addition to that, we have a tenant support program. It's a small team. They have less than 10 people on that team, but they're doing, they do work like working with legal aid clinic, working with housing providers, finding, options to house people, address issues with improper evictions, that kind of work. So I would say across the whole spectrum of housing services, the primary work we do is either housing people and supporting people to get housed, and more importantly, maintaining housing for the people that are already housed.
So how many people are in the tenant support program, and then how many people are actually spending time talking to landlords? I'm not concerned about every single measure that's being taken. I mean people who are matching, doing that matching work between individuals who need housing or want housing, however that works, and then the landlord themselves who they're talking to, and the tenant support program separately, because my understanding it's only a handful of people who are doing this work.
Through the chair, so within the tenant support program, that's primarily where that work happens. There is some work in the social housing, but in tenant support, it's less than 10. But in addition to that, we have contracts with Housing Help Center to support that work for individuals who, it's a similar service level, it's just different clients that are served there.
Could you give me an exact number?
Through the chair, the number of staff we have in tenant support, there's 8 staff, including the manager there.
So there's 1 manager and 7 folks reporting to the manager?
Correct.
Thank you. A question for probably the parks folks, but I'm not sure. So what I see here is there's not a recommendation from staff coming forward here. Staff are not recommending that we have additional folks focused on park cleanup, but I want to understand what that actually means. So when I read the report and saw the list of all the challenges there, one of the challenges was regarding cleanup. I'm just trying to understand what that means. One delegate said something I thought was an important thing to clarify, which was that this is going to be kind of an enforcement cleanup team. My understanding is no, these folks come in no matter what the situation is. If there's something going on, someone is staying somewhere, they leave, they go somewhere else, there's something behind, these folks come in and clean it up. So I'm understanding this to be more passive, not active. Is that my understanding?
Through the chair. So the existing park encampment cleanup team is a dedicated group of park employees that assist with maintenance of parks associated with litter, damage, and other disposal of materials for encampments. They are not involved in enforcement. They work with the enforcement team in order to clean up and make safe any damage to the parks when enforcement happens. So if that answers your question, yeah.
Yep, last question for me is more of a finance question, I suppose. I'm not really sure who will answer this, but it's about the timing of this ask. So if I look at and read the report carefully, it says, and if I remember the last report there was about this, it says funding is allocated until about June, and then now we're asking to sort of backfill that funding. And so I would like an explanation as to that issue, because I'm a little confused as to sort of why we wouldn't have asked for funding in March or April or May if we only had funding until June, and now we're asking for funding from June to December, but it's October. Can someone help me with the timeline?
Acting Director?
Yeah, through the chair. So, Councillor, you're correct. The initial anticipation of a return with this report was late Q2. We needed some additional time to assess what was happening in with the enforcement of encampments. It extended the time that we had what we had drafted back, extended the time that we would be able to get it back before committee so that we could review those items, so that we could provide a fulsome report on the status of enforcement. And that's what the delay was, and we continued to service until we could get the report back before the floor.
Can you explain what you mean by continue to service? So are you saying we just paid for the cost regardless of whether or not the approval was in place until we can get back here, or we didn't pay? Like, just really a very frank and easy explanation as to exactly how the dollars flowed between when we had approval and we didn't have approval till now.
Through the chair, what I mean by continued service is, yes, that we continued to do the work that was approved by council until we could return to committee today. As it relates to how exactly those dollars are spent, I can get that information for you and send it back to you.
Oh, I don't need a mechanical understanding, just that they were spent.
Through the chair, we continued the service that was approved by council originally.
Great. I'll come back on for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Just to clarify on that last comment, if you could, Acting Director, you said continuation of the approved service, not the enhanced service that's in this report. Just to clarify what you said.
Through the chair, clarification, yes, the continued work that was approved in the initial report coming out of the rescission of the encampment protocol.
Thank you. Okay, next up on the speakers list, we have Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you, Councillor Nan, Deputy Mayor. No, you're not the Deputy Mayor today. Yes, you are. Sorry. All right. Thank you. I want to say something. I read this report, I think 3-4 times, and it's still so confusing. Honestly, I don't know. I had to ask my husband, can you read this? And he goes, I don't know, you're in council. And I go, it is the most confusing report I have ever read. So in saying that, I don't want to say, but it is confusing to me. I don't know about the other councillors. But I want to ask first question, and through the chair, I want to ask, what is the typical response look like from an email? If I send a complaint about an encampment, what is it now? What's the typical response we do?
Through the chair, the information is received by Licensing and Bylaw Services. We have a project manager that receives that information, and it is input within the system within 48 hours. We will respond as quickly as we can to the individual or councillor's office that sends the information in, but our timelines are 48-hour response.
So 48 hours. And once you respond, you either move them, clean up, and then that same encampment could come the next day, and they still have another 48 hours. Is that right?
Through the chair, we'll assess the site at the time of our visit. We'll perform any action that's required there, whether it's to issue trespass notices, ask for voluntary compliance for them to leave immediately, depending on what the situation is.
Mhm.
And if that site is clean and cleared and a encampment does return to the same location, then yes, we would start that process again.
Okay. So alternative one, how can I make a decision whether I want alternative 1 or 2? It's, to me, it's confusing. Can you give me the total cost of alternative 1, please?
Through the chair, sorry, I'm just looking for the page.
I think I have 505,000.
Page 3 on the report?
Page 3, yeah.
Through the chair, so the total cost for alternative 1 is $505,082.
Okay, that's what I have. But if I look at the recommendation about policing, we have 2 police officers right now that are helping, and in 6 months, we paid them $525. Why is that not in there? 6 months, it says we paid, where is it? Okay, on page 101, it says that $75,000 per month, representing the estimate total cost of $525,000 for the period of June 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025. Now, why isn't that added to number 1? It looks like we're just going to spend $505,082. Why wasn't that
Asking
added
about
to
the
the
discrepancy between the numbers?
Yeah.
If you could.
Through the chair, if the alternative 1 is specific to adding staff for municipal law enforcement officers. And I'm unclear if you're referencing the $75,000 associated with Hamilton Police. That would not be part of what alternative 1 would form.
So alternative 1 is we have no policing now, just basic alternative 1, and we ask the police not to intervene. Is that what we're asking?
Through the chair, no, correction. So what alternative 1 states is that if council wished to provide additional resources for municipal law enforcement to do this work, this is what the cost would be. Currently, what we are doing is using existing resources. So because there has been some service impacts, to lessen the service impacts, there is an alternative available that would add resourcing to this work. If council wishes not to add or use alternative 1, we would continue to use existing resources from municipal law enforcement.
Okay.
So, Councillor Pauls, if I can just help clarify, so recommendation, right?
Yeah.
The recommendation that's on the floor says 525. The alternative would be an additional 505.
Which is $1 million.
Yep. And then alternative B would be an additional whatever that sum is. So it would be on top of the recommendation of 4 additional Hamilton Police Service constables. Alternative 1 would add a further complement of municipal law enforcement officers, et cetera.
I understand that. I understand that, but it's not written here. There's something wrong with this report. Okay, it's not clear. I'm sorry, it's not clear. Okay, my second question, you have 2 alternatives. The other one is you have 1 bylaw staff and the other is park staff. Can you tell me which is equipped to do better job? You're telling me to spend alternative 2, 600 and 53,000 to our park, a lead park section. It says 184,000 just for a superintendent. Like, can you tell me the difference? What is better, the bylaw staff or the park staff? You know, how am I going to vote with that if I don't know clearly what it is?
Through the chair, I don't believe the answer is who is better. I think they're supportive of each other, and the option that council has or committee has before yourselves is whether you wish to elect to enhance the program with alternative 1 and alternative 2, alternative 1 only, alternative 2 only. But those are both separate from the recommendation, and they would be supportive of each other and just adding additional staffing if that was what committee wished.
Okay, I'm just, I'm very confused. I'm going to vote no for everything because this is not a clear report to me. And also, what happened to our motion about hiring staff? Freeze? Did that pass? I'm not sure.
Councillor Pauls, are you referring to a motion as it relates to the 2026 budget process?
Yeah, that we did not hire staff.
That's the 2026 budget process.
Well,
we're in 2025 still, and this is about a 2025 in-year staffing report and recommendation. So the two are separate.
Well, I just, listen, I wanted to support one or the other, but I cannot support either one. It's not clear to me, and if councillors are honest within yourself, I think you're a little bit confused as well. Thank you.
Okay, next on the speakers list, we have Councillor McMeekin, then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Nan. I just asked for a little bit of latitude here. I'm going to vote against this, but not because I'm unqueer. I'm going to vote against it because I am queer. I'm really losing confidence in the enforcement approach and investing money where I think, as Councillor Kretz began to allude, maybe other ways. I want to, here's the leniency request. I want to just tell a story if I can. In Medicine Hat, Alberta, there was a Conservative cabinet minister who resigned his cabinet seat to run for mayor. Medicine Hat, he got elected. And as the story, by the way, it's a true story. Not all my stories are true, but this is a true one. As fate would have it, he had and his council had an interest in housing, and they developed an approach which became affectionately referred to as housing first. Housing first didn't mean to the council in Medicine Hat that housing was our #1 priority. It meant that you had to house people. That's the prime objective. So what they did was they rented, purchased accommodations. They built in the pay it forward. When you get your life transitioned and you're ready to go out, you vacate and then somebody else comes in. It's they don't have homeless people in Medicine Hat. They do house them first, and on the surface it seems really expensive. A CBC reporter, and I saw this on TV, asked his worship how as a fiscal conservative he justified this. He said, well, it's common sense. He said, by the time we look at all the other stuff that doesn't work, actually providing the housing and building in a process where people can come and go as they get their lives back together, saves us money. I'm a fiscal conservative. I want to do this to save money. Now, why do I share that? Bear with me, and I don't mean this to be critical specifically of anybody. If anything, it's maybe the horseshoe that I'd be concerned about. When we look at the kinds of expenses that we've made around, let's go to Tiffany Barton right off. By the time you add up all the expense, the cabins that came from another place, and the administrative costs, it parlayes out to about $154,000 per homeless person for the 80 folk there. And we bought into that. We decided that was what we were going to do. I was part of that process. I'm not pointing, I'm trying to point direction, not fingers. somebody in my community council asked me about it and did the figures and said, you know, if the apartments were available, you could have rented 400 two-bedroom apartments and housed 800 people for a year. Right? So I flagged that. Let me just build out of that. There's some other things that are possibilities. I guess what my concern is here is what we tolerate today becomes tomorrow's trap. We buy into something, and then the tendency is to focus so narrowly, in this case on enforcement, that we forget the forest and the broader ambition. Habitat for Humanity in Waterloo has a program. Craig and I went up to visit there, where they're building 10,000 homes and 3,000 rent income units at half the market price. They're doing that by donating land. Remember I said at a previous meeting recently, it's land, red tape, and money, access to money. That's going well. They like to come, our Habitat person here and the West End home builders who have participated, their team came down, Greg, and spoke to our folk. They're keen to do something similar. This was quite a few months ago. Very little's happening. The hats thing I won't get into. That's even I'm on the verge of giving up on that. Sadly, I mean, cabins were built by volunteers. They weren't purchased in China. Anyhow, enough said. The other thing that, and I'm listening very carefully to the folk who made presentations today. And I think two of the four that I heard from said council should be meeting with those who are still stranded, almost stranded. And I know I've made that suggestion through official channels that might be useful. The thought occurs to me, and crap on me if you want for saying it. I buy that no encampments in parks. I know neighbors get upset about that. But there's got to be a place somewhere, an industrial site or whatever, where the police officer or officers that we're hiring can say, hey, John, remember John? Yeah. Hey, John, why don't you throw your tent in the trunk? There is a place where you can camp. It's not a park. It's someplace where you can go, because you're going to find a place to go anyways. If we could get some sort of control there. So those are just some comments I want to make. I'd like to think on a good day that we make decisions based on evidence, supported by principle and designed to achieve the greatest good. I think one of the best things we can do is understand that sometimes, I include myself in this, Chair, people think they know just enough about a subject to think they're right, but nowhere near enough to know why they may be absolutely wrong. And I think we need to do a rethink on housing, because those folk group, the woman who was in, the woman who presented this morning really touched me. They all touched me, but she was hopeless, helpless, and she said so, and just was begging, pleading, please, Horseshoe, do something. I think we need to do a rethink, and it's a much deeper problem than hiring more cops to do enforcement. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Next up, we have Councillor Clark, followed by Alex Wilson. Councillor Alex Wilson.
So the recommendation says to continue to operate at 6 FTE dedicated police constables to support the enhanced enforcement of the bylaw to manage and regulate, representing an increase of 4 FTE. I'm confused. So do we have 2 and we're adding 4? Or have we had 6 all along and you simply haven't come to us for the funding to pay for it?
Through the chair, we have 2 dedicated that were previously approved. In the last report that we provided, we asked for additional funding for 4 additional police constables. And what this is for the additional police constables moving forward. The 2 were already budgeted for.
Thank you. When was the last report where you asked for the additional 4?
Through the chair, it was at the end of February, early March of this year when the encampment protocol had been rescinded.
So it was rescinded. We had 2. You asked for 4 additionals, given you 6, and yet we're out of money to pay for them. Can you help explain that?
Through the chair, the approval was only up until the end of Q2, where we were going to bring back a report in June, which we intended to do, which Councillor Kretsch had previously mentioned. We didn't get the report back until now due to assessing the situations that we were dealing with currently. And that's why the recommendation is before you today for the extension.
Thank you. And so in your recommendation, you're only recommending funding 6 police officers. You're not recommending any additional funding for the program. So that would lead me to believe that outside of this program, folks are spending money on housing, on getting people housed, on getting people off the street. Can I have a little bit of an explanation as to how much work is going on to actually provide houses and how many people we are actually finding housing for, say, in the last year?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. So yes, there is a tremendous amount of work happening beyond the encampment enforcement in getting people housed, housing folks, and maintaining housing. And when we talk about the encampment piece in particular, we're talking about people who are truly unsheltered, but there are other people that are experiencing homelessness in the city. We have about 2,000 in total that are, in shelters, could be couch surfing in their vehicle, that kind of thing. And so the work that's happening day to day to find people housing is work that's discussed through the contracts report, quite frankly. And the work of the division overall, we have about 90 FTE in total when we talk FTE, and that is focused on the full scope of housing from the place of helping people maintain the housing they have, so doing repairs on apartment units, for example, providing RGI subsidy, the work that happens in RCFs to house tenants within RCFs, and then, of course, the work that's happening in shelters with case management, rapid rehousing programs to connect people with services to support them on their housing journey. And then the piece of work that we spoke with Councillor Kretsch, that we have a small tenant support program that helps people both maintain their tenancy and work through issues with landlords, et cetera.
Thank you. An ancillary to that question, how many hotel beds are we renting and putting people in who are unhoused for whatever reason?
So through the chair, we use hotel rooms right now for families only, so overflow from the family system. The family shelter is always beyond capacity, and the pressures for families are significant. And so there was a decision supported by this council that we would use hotels for families to address that pressure. It's not a straight bed to people ratio. We have 48 hotel rooms in total. Some of those rooms can house larger families, some smaller families, so it's not 48 people, but it's 48 hotel rooms that we're using on a nightly basis.
So 48 units, and how are you defining family? The traditional way?
Through the chair, the definition of family really is a unit that's living together. So it could be a mom, grandma, and child. It could be a mom with her children, a dad with children. It could be siblings, adult siblings with children. So it really varies what that definition and size of the family unit could be.
Thank you. In the earlier report, it indicated that there were 9 agencies providing services for newcomers. Can you indicate how many units, apartments, hotel rooms, whatever the case is, how many units of housing are we providing for individual families who are coming to this country as refugees or otherwise?
Through the chair. So in Hamilton, we're quite fortunate on the newcomer front that we are not using hotel rooms for asylum seekers. That it's not 9 individual contracts. Again, some of these agencies have multiple contracts. Housing is provided specifically through Wesley and Good Shepherd for asylum seekers. So there are 2 specific facilities that they're providing for. The Good Shepherd operation is a small facility that houses less than 12 people, but they're all women. The Wesley situation can house family units, couples, that kind of thing. And in addition to that, we have Refuge locally that is a coordinating body that helps coordinate folks that are seeking asylum, and we can quickly move people out of the shelter system. So we have a process separate from our emergency shelter system that's managing asylum seekers, newcomers.
Thank you. And all of those questions are helpful so that we understand the full complexity and the holistic approach that we're dealing with in terms of providing housing. So now back to this particular report. It indicates on page 6 of 11 that park staff, either through a hired contractor or through their own support groups, from March 6th to June 30th, incurred 410 hours of overtime, and the contractor has billed 334 hours for that same time period. Can someone explain that to me?
Through the chair, so the explanation would be that the staff were required to attend as the enforcement occurred and as encampment sites were identified, and cleanup efforts were required. So where a cleanup went beyond the standard hours of the day, overtime was incurred rather than leave a place and come back the next day during regular work hours.
It's confusing for me, to be quite candid, because it indicates the city's hired a contractor who billed 334 hours and staff billed overtime of 410 hours, seemingly for the same cleanup.
Through the chair, let me elaborate then. So there could be several cleanups happening across the city at the same time. The contractor and the staff sometimes work together. Sometimes they attend separate locations depending on the complexity and the requirements. In particular, there were some cleanups that were in remote areas that required a lot of effort and time to complete the cleanups. And in those cases, I believe the contractor and staff worked together.
Okay, and so at some point, we will have a fulsome report on everything that has transpired in the last year through this process?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
So it'll indicate the number of incidents where they had to remove someone, where the notices of trespass were issued, that whole thing, so we have a general picture as to what has transpired, and then on the other side of the balance sheet, all the people that were housed, all the programs that worked to help get people who were homeless someplace to stay that is safe, warm, and available for them. We will have that in the near future.
Through the chair, yes. We will work together between interdepartmental teams to look at that analysis and bring it back with our next report.
Thank you. I'm over my time dramatically. Thank you for the latitude. If you could allow me to provide comments after other people have spoken.
At a second time? Sure. I prefer each councillor, when you're speaking first time, to ask all your questions, and then if you need to come back for a second time for your comments, that's ideal. Councillor Alex Voison.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just confirming that if approved today, the 6 FTEs from HPS would have an annualized 2025 cost of just over $1 million.
Through the chair, correct.
Thank you. Do the costs that we're talking about here, whether they be HPS enforcement costs, whether they be park cleanup costs, whatever the costs in this program are they impacted by the number of folks experiencing life, living in encampments, experiencing life houseless? So for example, when there's more folks sleeping in encampments, are there more costs with encampment cleanup? That's, I think, a pretty logical assumption on my end. I'm just seeing, does the data play that out? Have we had any trends? What's staff's understanding of that relationship?
Through the chair, the costs associated with the recommendations are just for the additional staffing for the allotted hours that we're putting towards the encampment enforcement. I don't know if Superintendent Hennick has any clarification on how his hours are set, but I believe it's just for the hours that the officers are required to be on patrol.
So maybe I'll rephrase. So this is based on that number of 2,000-ish that we've been doing. Let's say that number was 6,000 or 500. How would these numbers be different? That's what I'm trying to get an understanding of, does the number of people requiring, whether it's enforcement-based support or whatever, does the population of folks who are houseless in this city have an impact on these management resources that are being put in?
Through the chair, I think part of what we do when we're analyzing what we're bringing back is to assess the amount of work that we're putting in associated with the individuals that we're dealing with in these encampment sites. So we're assessing to see how many resources would be required to do this work, and we've brought back the recommendation with the resources that are required to do the work based on the number of individuals and the sites that we're continually dealing with.
So, okay, so I'm hearing that this meets the current demand. Is it fair, maybe I'll just frame this as hypothetical. Is it fair to say if demand was different, then the response would be different? The response recommendations would be different?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Regardless of whether we are in a management-based approach, whether we're enforcement first, whether we're housing first, some of these costs like park cleanup have continued. Has there been a difference in park cleanup costs that have been experienced by the environmental services team pre and post protocol changes?
Through the chair, the analysis of costs for park cleanups really hasn't been easily compared from one year to the next because of the changes in the way that the encampment protocol led to less large-scale cleanups, more daily garbage collection. Once the protocol was rescinded, we moved to more mass encampment site cleanups, which generated different kinds of effort in overtime. So it's difficult to see a linear trend at this time. I would say that previous amounts of budget and operating to support the staff and the work were sufficient. It's sort of difficult to guess where we're going to land at the end of this year, but I would anticipate that we will see a blip in after March of increased costs, and it seems to be settling down a little bit right now.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think I know the answer to this one, and I think we all do collectively. I don't think all three levels of government are pulling their weight, but previously we've talked about a goal of 2030 to end homelessness in this city. I'm assuming it's fair to say, but we're not on track to reach that goal currently?
Through the chair, to the councillor. So that is the goal, to end chronic homelessness, and we've brought forward plans before this committee with respect to what that could look like. Right now, unfortunately, we're not on target to meet that. However, we continue to have good programs in place, evidence-based programs across the spectrum of homelessness, and working toward that goal.
Councillor, please hold. General Manager Mader.
Thank you through the chair to the councillor. Just in follow-up to Director Baird's comments, I think that is the goal that I think that many municipalities in the province of Ontario across this country also have. The reality is, in the most recent information that was provided through AMO is that all communities are experiencing an increased number due to a variety of reasons across the spectrum, and therefore a variety of methods to deal with those are going to need to come into play in order to truly make a difference.
Thank you. I heard the double ding, so my very last question is just, so then these would become essentially annualized costs until at least 2030 based on current projections. There's going to need to be, again, whether it's an encampment protocol that's human rights focused, whether it's an enforcement bylaw there's a budget and there's an associated expense for the next 5-ish years at least until this problem's actually solved. That's a fair, these costs will come back in 26 and on. Not hard questions, hopefully.
Through the chair, I think that's a realistic expectation.
Thank you. I have some comments as a second-time speaker, if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Next up, we have Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair Nan. So it's already been established this is a request for 2025, correct? And so I see an alternative as we're talking about annual amounts. We got 1 quarter left in 2025, so it's actually 3 months. So are the costs for the alternatives, like, are we supposed to take that and say, well, it's actually a 3-month request, so it's a quarter of what you're asking? Because it's not an annualized request, it's just for fiscal 2025.
Through the chair to the councillor. So the alternatives are an annual request. They're separate from the recommendation.
So going back to Councillor Paul's question earlier, where she asked if this was going to be impacted by a decision around hiring for 2026. In fact, this is a decision around 2026 hiring.
Through the chair associated with the alternatives, yes.
Okay. So we're making a 2026 budget decision today.
Yeah. General Manager Zagarek, thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor Mike Zagarek, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. The recommendation is not a 2026 budget. So the recommendation is to fund the 4 constables for the balance of this year. Council previously approved to the end of Q2 to end of May. So this would continue the 4 constables to the balance of this year. And if committee chose to move one of the alternatives, that could be for committee and council's consideration. And if being considered for into 2026, it could be referred to the 2026 budget.
So then we're making a request for 3 months, really. Then this is where it gets confusing. This report is confusing because I'm not really sure what we're deciding here. We got annualized amounts. We're deciding for a quarter. There's actually a third alternative, which is to do nothing. Which essentially, I guess, we vote on 1 and 2 and say no, we got to 3. But then what is 3? Like, what if we don't do nothing? Then what we're doing now, what is that? Because I'm confused as to what turning down both these alternatives will become.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to help clarify, alternative 1 and 2, you can think of them as stacked on options, right? Versus alternatives they would be in addition to the recommendation. But your heart of the question is, what happens if the recommendation is not approved?
Actually, that's not exactly it. What I'm asking is, what is the base? Because I'm confused about what the base is. If we turn down options 1 and 2, what will we have? Do we have 2 officers? Do we have 6 officers?
Got it.
What do we have?
So current standard of service right now, if you could clarify the number of officers and services.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. So the current operation right now, as it is approved based on the previous report, is 6 Hamilton Police Constables. We have 6 municipal law enforcement officers that are being used with current resourcing, and 4 park staff with the addition of the contractors that are assisting. If we only elect the recommendation, then we'll be status quo with the work that we're doing currently. If we wish to add The alternatives, those are enhancements.
So if we stay with the status quo, what are we not achieving in our parks?
Through the chair, I forgot to introduce myself last time. So I'm Director of Environmental Services, Cynthia Graham. The alternative to, with an enhancement for park staff, would be an option if council decides that the current level of service for park cleanups is insufficient to your needs or to the community's needs. Currently, I believe that my Parks Encampment cleanup team are keeping up. They're incurring some overtime, and we're working with the contractor. If the current level of service is something that isn't meeting the requirements of council and standards, then the alternative is here to provide additional support in that way.
So I think largely we're going to see what's happening in our parks through your eyes, okay? Because you have a sense of what all the parks look like. And what I'm hearing you say is that we're doing a good job right now, okay? So I'm not sure why we're getting a request to add more resources.
Through the chair, if I can clarify that piece of it, the alternative isn't a formal recommendation. It is there to provide council with an option if it's determined that the current level of service isn't meeting needs. So it's not something that staff is putting forward as a must-have. It's information for council to reflect on and to have the information there if they wanted.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson, then followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. Please put me down for a second time following your procedure. Fairness across the board to leave speeches for after questions. I don't know if anybody has said thank you. I want to be maybe the first one to thank MLE Acting Director Dan Smith. I want to thank Superintendent Dave Hennick of the Police Services. I want to thank Director Cynthia Graham of Environmental Services. If anybody has read the background and information in this report, I am so glad I supported the rescinding of the protocol back in February. Outstanding work. Maybe you want to elaborate, please, Director Graham, on page 4 analysis, generating through the cleanups, and between you and Acting Director Smith, I'll leave it between the two of you, but 429 sites brought into compliance since March 6th to June 22nd, generating 245 tons of waste removed from our parks and open spaces where kids, seniors, and families couldn't safely use them in many cases. Can you elaborate on the type of tons and waste that your team had to remove, please? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, please.
Through the chair, encampment cleanups can result in the removal of furniture, of a lot of takeout container litter. Sometimes the tents that the encampment residents are in become damaged and are no longer usable because of wind or vandalism. So those are part of the cleanup efforts. So that's typically what we see for the cleanups, and can generate quite a bit of waste that's removed.
How about, Director, did your team see any form of narcotics, urination, defecation, weapons that they had to, needles, that they also possibly had to safely and carefully clean up as well? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, please.
Through the chair, my team don't address weapons, but they have training to be able to address waste, drug paraphernalia, all of those other items.
Thank you, Director. Acting Director Smith, let me ask this as simply as I can, in my own words, Deputy Mayor Nan, through you. If I want to continue to support the excellent work of your department, Hamilton Police Services have done since the rescinding, so I then simply only need to maintain the level of support that has been carried out by your team up to now with Hamilton Police Services. I just need to support the recommendation on the front page of the $525,000
correct or incorrect, please? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. That was much more simple. Also, I'd like to ask Superintendent Hennick, always great seeing you, Superintendent Hennick, to maintain the level of service we've had since the rescinding, and piggybacking on my question to Acting Director Smith, again to you and the 4 additional officers that have been in place, but to keep that level of service with the 6 in total, from your standpoint and from the policing standpoint, I need to support Acting Director Smith's recommendation to keep your complement, and if not, what would be the consequence? Through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, please, to Superintendent Hennick.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. Superintendent Dave Hennick for the Hamilton Police Service. You're correct. I just want to provide some clarity on the staffing. So a couple of years ago, this council approved 2 officers that were formed of the original encampment engagement team. I believe that was in 2023. And then so when this council decided that they were going to rescind the protocol, we came back to you as a service in partnership with Dan and Cynthia and the team and said, we can't respond to the level of complaints with the current staffing. And that's where it was agreed upon that the 4 additional police officers would be added to the encampment engagement team. So what's being asked here today is that in addition to the 2 that's already been approved by council, that the 4 remain in place until the end of the calendar year. I think some of the confusion is that this report that you have before you was due back here in June. And so it's probably you're trying to understand why the time gap is why you're getting the report now in October for something, the approval that only went till June. So essentially it's back paid that's owed to the Hamilton Police for that duration, and then forward looking till December 31st for the 4 additional officers to the end of the year with no commitment beyond the end of the year.
Great clarity, Superintendent.
As far as impact,
yes, sorry, Superintendent.
One of the things is that I can say unequivocally that our teams have been working extremely well together. Dan, Michelle, Cynthia, everyone under the leadership of Grace. And the staffing levels that we currently have are necessary to manage the encampments and response that we have with the direction that we've been giving at this time. And so to do that would mean that we would lose 4 police officers, and the response would revert back to the 2 police officers that we had dedicated to encampment engagement, in addition to the other supports through municipal bylaw, housing, and Cynthia and her team.
My goodness, great clarity, council colleagues with pointed, direct questions with needing the information we need. Put me back on for a second time. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thank you, Superintendent.
Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by the Mayor.
Thank you. First and foremost, I always appreciate the work of staff, so thank you for your efforts, and I appreciate Councillor Jackson pointing that out, right? It's a matter of courtesy, and I appreciate his questions because they helped me a lot. If I could pivot to the very last point through the chair to Superintendent Hennick or perhaps to Acting Director Smith. When the Barton Tiffany tiny shelters were put in place, this council made a commitment specifically to the 1 kilometer radius in and around that area. I'm trying to go to consequence if not. So if this recommendation was not approved, we would be reverting from 6 to 2. The consequence then of us being to uphold that commitment to the 1K, and I believe there was some a zone of priority in Ward 3. I can't remember the details, obviously. If I could just get some comment on that. Thank you, through the chair.
Through the chair, you're correct. In order for us to maintain the level of service we're providing at this time, if the recommendation is approved, we will be able to continue that.
And if you will be able to continue, and I would, the last part of that sentence is you would not be able to continue in the absence of that approval, through the chair.
Through the chair, that's correct. In the form that we're operating now, it would be significantly decreased service.
Okay, thank you. Just so I understand, when Acting Director Smith opened up the discussion, he, I think, hinted at some externalities. Specifically, as a consequence of this work, there has been slowed response time on other bylaw services. Could I ask further unpacking of that? And then could I ask what might be the consequence either way if this recommendation is approved through the chair?
Through the chair, you're correct. What we had provided as information in the previous report was that should we be using existing resourcing and pulling 4 additional officers to the encampment team away from a generalized bylaw work within the wards in the city, that there would be a decreased service level that we'd be providing on a number of our other bylaws. What we were anticipating was it did come to fruition. We do have some delays in some of our services. Where we don't have delays would be health and safety responses related to vital services and things like that. We are still prioritizing those as items that we're addressing quickly. But services such as lawn grass and weeds, garbage and debris, some zoning calls, things like that have certainly seen decreased service. And what the decreased service means is it's taking us longer to get there, or longer to do a follow-up on a call, because we have pulled those officers over to the encampment response team.
Thank you for that. If I could just ask a financial question, I think further to Councillor Cooper's probing. So the report, we've expended the money, and I think Superintendent Hennick used the word we would have some payback owed. If the report is not approved, we would still have money owing to the service. Are you able to highlight how we would do that in the absence of an approval? Could you help me on that? And then I hear the bell, but go ahead. Thank you.
The financial aspect, I'm not 100% sure, sorry, through the chair. I don't know if GM Zagaric would be able to provide some assistance here.
Through the Deputy Mayor, as I understand, the recommendation is in order to maintain the level of placing services. Those services have been maintained from June 1st to today, and at a cost of approximately $300,000. So out of the $525,000, the $300,000 is for the 4 months from end of May to end of September. The balance of the 525, the 225 would be the cost of maintaining that level of service to the end of December. If council did not approve the recommendation before you, or at a minimum the $300,000 for the time up to the end of September, I'm assuming it would be reflected as a pressure in the Hamilton Police Services 2025 financial performance and would affect their year-end financial performance.
Thank you. I don't want to be glib, but they've provided us with the service. We need to pay them either way, and we would be owing them $300,000 through the chair.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I do have additional questions.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I would like to pivot, if I could, to that of animal services, which is often something we don't highlight as a consequence. If I'm reading the paragraph on page 5 correctly, one of the perhaps afterthoughts of houselessness is there are primarily dogs, not exclusively. We're seeing an explosion in the number of events, issues with dogs, but we're still not adding any additional resources to that matter. And I'd like to better understand what we're actually seeing with respect to dogs in terms of our shelters, in terms of any incidents of hurt, both to the dog and or individuals, and what are the consequences of the status quo for our staff and service throughout the city? Thank you.
Through the chair, good question. Animal services is certainly impacted by the work that we're doing in encampments. Animal services doesn't form part of the day-to-day operation associated with encampment enforcement. However, they are regularly included when officers are at a site and require assistance of animal experts. And what that is doing is pulling staff away from other work that they would be doing on the road. That team is currently at max capacity for the work that they're doing. We've had a number of increase in situations this year associated with dogs and other types of wildlife that Animal Services has had to provide additional assistance to. And every time that team is being pulled to an encampment work, it's less time that they can focus on doing an investigation or providing feedback to the community. So yes, it is certainly impacted. They have received upwards of 1,000 complaints as well associated with this type of work. As it relates to the shelter, I have Manager Kelly Beaton that is available virtually that may be able to speak to the shelter part further.
Hi, thank you, Dan. Kelly Beaton, Manager of Animal Services. Through the chair, just to let you know, with regards to the Tiffany Barton shelter, we are still very committed to the 1 kilometer radius that we had agreed upon. Animal Services is mandated basically for public safety. So any public safety matter, we are always there as a high priority, and that is within a max 60-minute window. When it comes to the encampments or the unsheltered individuals that we have dealt with, Dan, you are correct. As of to date, we are at 1,630 concerns brought to our attention. Our bites have increased by 92% this year from last year. Not all due to the unsheltered individuals out there, but yes, it has definitely impacted us 100% within Animal Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me, Ms. Beaton, the number of animals in our shelters that are coming from encampments through the chair? I'm just trying to get a sense of just the various impacts. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can tell you by just looking at my spreadsheets here. So it is varied. We're in each month it varies. So like our mandates are basically, our park patrols and encampments. That has actually decreased substantially due to the increase in volume of work. The dogs at large, the dog bites, the dog to human bites, dog or animal to animal, stray dogs, all of that basically comes at a cost for us for staffing. The other complaints that we've had to reduce our impact on is like feces, barking, typical welfare calls that we're getting. Animals coming into our shelter definitely have increased over, out of the 1,630 calls, I would say a good, I don't even know, at least 60 of those animals have come in or out of the shelter at some point in the last few months. So we're at capacity, as Dan had stated, within our shelter, which we are mandated by law that we have to operate as a pound. So we have to be open for stray intake. However, what we are also seeing is some individuals that are unhoused are looking to say an owner surrender method where they need to, surrender their animal. We have tried our best to be as compassionate as possible by waiving fees and allowing those individuals to do so. However, we've had to also put a stop to that. We do not have the space for these animals to come in, and they're not always a caliber of animal that we will be able to rehome.
Next up, Mayor, followed by Councillor Kassar.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Nan. I just have a couple of questions of clarification in kind of light of some of the things that other councillors have raised. So just want to confirm that Ontario is the only province that has social housing downloaded to the municipal order of government. Is that the case?
Through the chair, yes, Madam Mayor, you're correct.
So that, for example, if there was a bunch of housing, social housing being built in, give or take any province, even Alberta maybe, that would be something that would be paid for, not at the municipal order of government.
Through the chair, outside of Ontario, it's that is correct. It's at the provincial level of government that would fund the costs accrued.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks very much. Can I also ask then? We know that when it comes to supporting people to be housed successfully who have come from any time on the streets or in encampments, wraparound services are required. So if we were to build, if we were at our cost to build 600 units of housing, how much would it cost to have wraparound services for each one of those people so that they're housed successfully?
Through the chair, so for individuals that are coming from encampments, coming from homelessness overall, one of the key strategies to address that issue, of course, is supportive housing. In Hamilton, we have 2 supportive housing projects for individuals who are coming from homelessness. They are both funded by the municipality. One is a CHH project in partnership with Indwell on King William, and the other is Dorothy Day, operated by Good Shepherd. In both of those cases, the cost per individual is approximately $50,000 to $55,000 annually in operating costs for supportive housing, in addition to RGI subsidy if that's required.
Okay, thanks very much. I appreciate that. So just in terms of numbers, at $50,000 per person, 600 units, that's like $30 million. I don't know that we could add that to our property tax base, but thank you for that information. My other question is around the experience that we've had in the city, because we have, with large encampment sites, and what experience we have in terms of the risks to individuals in those spaces. I don't know if I'm being clear.
Thank you, through the chair. So last year in 2024, when we came forward with respect to what we were doing in encampments, at that time, there was some asks around sanctioned encampment sites, meaning large-scale encampment sites. The challenge we've had with large-scale encampment sites, and I'll have Director Smith speak to this one as well, and certainly Hamilton Police are able, is that people become quite entrenched within that site, and the dangers associated increase for the individuals both in the encampments, because there are safety concerns, of course, for folks that are homeless in encampments. And so as a result, we at the time did not recommend that we go forward with having large-scale encampment sites across the city. And we've seen those things play out in some of the larger entrenched sites that have developed over time.
So just to clarify, some of those things would be violence, sexual assault, weapons, fires, those kinds of things. Perhaps Dave can help me with that.
Superintendent?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you, Chair. So yes, I think going back in time, you can just pick any of the large encampments that we've had in the city that were allowed to grow in size, and at each one of those, we've experienced what you've described. So violence, numerous complaints from the citizens who live in and around those encampments feeling unsafe, open drug use, weapons, fires, propane tanks. There has been occurrences of assault for sure, and then there has been rare instances of sexual assault. So you're correct, I think.
Thanks, Superintendent, appreciate that. So I think that we need to kind of move forward based on stuff we already know. That's the logical thing to do. I also want to follow up with what Councillor Jackson and Councillor Maureen Wilson have said around the work that's been done. This is all new for all of us, relatively speaking, and I think our city is doing best we can in terms of trying to address the needs of everyday community members who wanted to see more access to their parks. In fact, in the summer, I heard many residents take me aside when I was at, whether it was Gage Park, whether it was Bayfront Park, to say thank you, because we have our parks back and our kids and our grandparents can hang out in the parks the way they weren't able to last summer. I guess I guess my last question is the one around the other orders of government and funding sources. And I know that there was a question particularly about asylum seekers, and it's my understanding that some of the lobbying and work that we've been doing, both staff and through Mayor's office around the asylum seeker funding has seen some results, some positive results. We always say, well, we're not getting any of those levels of government to do what we're asking them to do. And I might ask then Director Baird to share with us what has been happening recently in that regard in terms of federal funding.
And then can I put you on for a second time then, Mayor, if you need to,
No,
after this question?
No, I'm fine.
Yep, okay, Director Baird, please. By the way, folks, I'm filling in as Deputy Mayor for November while Deputy Mayor Nan has stepped out for a minute. Director Baird?
Through the chair, thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, on the asylum seeker front, there is a funding envelope. It's called IHAP. It's the Interim Housing Assistance Program. It's a federal funding envelope, and the city was successful in achieving funding through that. And we received $12.34 million in total across 2 years. So $5.7 million for the first year of the funding, which is now until the end of March. And then second year of the funding is $6.6 million. This is good news for us, and more importantly for the individuals served by this program. We've had some great successes with the IHAP program in Hamilton. So this is the piece I spoke to before, the Wesley, Good Shepherd Bakita House, and the refuge work. Since it started in June 2024, so just over a year ago, we have 240 individuals that were permanently housed through that work, and more than 325 individuals receive case management. Also notable that we are, for those individuals that are housed, they're being housed quicker than a 3-month duration. So their time in shelter is quite limited, which is good news for the individuals and for our community. And the City of Hamilton, in fact, has been recognized for the great work that we've done with the asylum seeker program, and that it's quite targeted, quite successful. And we've been asked to share that with other municipalities to see where there are opportunities for learnings. So yes, there is some federal funding flowing through that program, and it will address some of the needs we have locally.
Can I just a quick clarification, if you don't mind? So my understanding, the amount of money we're receiving is significantly greater than in the past, and the way we're receiving the money is different, whereas we used to have to pay up front to pay the costs of working with the asylum seekers, and then the federal government would come in and pay the bill, although they never paid the actual full bill. But now we're having a grant system, so we have the resources in advance and don't have to, get stiffed by the federal government.
Through the chair, just quickly, yes, you're correct. So there was significant advocacy on that front from our council, from our mayor, and from staff as well. With the challenges previously, we went and submitted all of our expenses after the fact, so we would have a retroactive submission. And through that process, at times, the local council ended up picking up the costs. Now they've moved to a proactive funding model, so we do know our funding in advance. We put forward our evidence-based application in advance, and so we know our funding for the next 2 years under that program.
Thank you. On to our next speaker, Councillor Kassar, followed by Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan. Thank you for my colleagues. You've struck all but one of the questions off my list. Last question is just clarifying on the cost and the recommendation. So $525,000 for constable FTEs. But then at the bottom of the page 2 in the report, it says that the backfill on the police force will be addressed through the use of overtime. So that would be an additional cost because overtime is above the typical wage rate. So is that overtime cost in the calculation of the 525, or would that be an additional cost that would then be a pressure through the police budget? Through you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, yes, it is. These costs, we've only been able to staff this through taking people from the front line and putting them in this unit to dedicate it, which is requiring backfilling on uniform patrol at the cost of 1.5 times overtime, basically, through the overtime rate. And that rate is reflective in the costing that you see before you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Next up, we have Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Taddison.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. Forgiveness if this does sound like a repetitive question, but I need absolute clarity on what is before us here. And we've had a lot of robust conversation. I'm appreciative of that. These are important conversations. These are important decisions. But I do feel from time to time we've delineated off the path of the report. And I want to bring it back to very succinctly. If we vote in favor of the recommendation, and I'm sending this up to the bench above, we vote in favor of the recommendation that will lead to an extension of current service levels and a repayment of approximately $300,000 for services already rendered to Hamilton Police Service. If I could get that absolute clarity.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. As a follow-up, the alternatives that are listed are considered to be enhancements to the base level service that we're currently experiencing.
Through the chair, that's correct. I will speak just briefly on the municipal law enforcement end. Is the enhancement of municipal law enforcement officers would be to allow our service level to return to what they were prior to pulling officers over to the encampment work. And I believe Director Graham explained hers a little earlier, but you're correct.
Thank you. And I did hear that, and I do appreciate that, Director Smith. The final question then, if the recommendation were to be defeated, it would leave an outstanding balance that would be owed to us by Hamilton Police Service for X amount, 300 and some odd $1,000 unpaid. And it would also, right, we would not be paying them. It would be owed to them. Sorry if I was unclear. We would also see a reduction of 4 officers to the current complement, which could have an impact on the current service level. And maybe I could ask you, would you be able to maintain the 48-hour window that you currently are in terms of response time?
Through the chair, we would be able to maintain the current 48-hour level of response time as it's related to the direct response to the initial complainant that came in. However, would extend timelines in order for us to get to and resolve an encampment situation at a park.
So then to clarify, just so again, so I'm absolutely crystal clear, if my office were to call in and the issue was resolved theoretically in a day under the current service level, there's a possibility that that time frame would be extended if there was a reduction in service beyond what we're experiencing currently.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taddison.
Well, I think all my questions have been answered. Just some clarification from Officer Hennick. Is the amount there that's given, $525,000, that's not to pay the constable's salaries, that's for the cost of the overtime to fill in, to backfill, correct?
I can speak to it. It's the total cost for the officer's salary and the overtime, everything. And it does not include the other commitments that the service is making outside of that. So you have the 2 officers originally, the additional 4 here, but every single day in this city, members of our frontline patrol, social navigator program, mobile crisis rapid response team, all hands on deck are engaging in work with people who are unhoused, suffering from mental health and addiction all across the city. This funding just simply enhances what we're allowed to do and allows us to have a dedicated group of people to solely respond to complaints dealing with encampments. And like, for example, a small thing is vehicle costs and computers and other supplies that like all these other costs the service bears as part of their budget.
Okay, and
just
thank you for that.
Just to clarify, Councillor Taddison, you inquired in your question about the backfill portion and whether or not the backfill portion was included in the recommendation total. So I don't know that you got that answer.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I did hear that. Thank you. Yeah. So if a no vote would basically put the 4 officers back on regular duty, correct? And who pays for those regular officers when they go to regular duty?
they form part of our regular budget.
And if there's a need, aren't those officers then seconded from the regular duties to assist with the 2 officers for enhanced enforcement at sites?
They can be. I guess we work on a priority response system in this community, and currently we have been managing staffing challenges across all of our frontline citywide. So it really comes down to the service level that council and the community want in response to the complaints that are brought forward, and what is the expected turnaround time when those complaints are brought forward. And that's this report, and the enhancement of staffing is to meet the needs for our entire community as it relates to the complaints that we receive.
And those complaints are to the people living in parks in tents, correct?
Sorry, can you restate the question?
I guess what I'm asking is, this extra funding is basically directed only to the enhancement of dealing with the situation of people living unsheltered in parks.
Yes, you're correct.
But if those officers go back to regular duties, then they support the community in wider aspects such as traffic control and patrolling for crime and theft and that are not related to that, correct?
Yep. So yes, but the difficulty about the issue of homelessness in our city, and especially, I'll speak just as a police officer, is that we're responsible for crime prevention, law enforcement, public order maintenance, emergency response, and then assisting victims of crime. So every one of these encampments, we are challenged by people who are suffering from addiction, people suffering from mental health challenges. And so it's an oversimplification when we just say it's homelessness, because it's not just that. It's people who suffer from addiction who are homeless because of their struggles with addiction. People who suffer from mental health issues who either engage in the use of controlled substances to assist them as they're struggling with their mental health addiction, and the combination of both that have led to them being unhoused. So it's nuanced and difficult work, and so I hope that answers your question. And then just the only other point I think I'd add is that in addition to all the discussions that we're having about homelessness, in our response rather to the encampments, from January until August 29th of this year, we've arrested 48 people at encampments, primarily for open drug use. And we've executed 9 warrants on people who are wanted on outstanding criminal charges. We've recovered 4 imitation firearms. We've recovered 2 cans of bear spray. And we arrested 1 person for drug trafficking. So it's when we hear the concerns from the community about open drug use and weapons, and all those are real. And so as an agency who's responsible for public order maintenance and responding to the concerns of the citizens, the work is difficult. And I could not be more proud of the members of the Encampment Engage team, all the members of the city, the way they respond. They're just doing a fantastic job. So I hope that answers your question, sir.
It does. Thank you. I appreciate those answers, and I do understand the nuances, and I want to thank you and your staff for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Next up, we have Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Clark. Slight change to the speakers lineup. We'll have Councillor Jackson, Pauls, and then Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thanks, and what I say is not intended to change your vote. I know where most people stand on the subject here today. I'm just going to make my public comments so people know where I stand. I'll come out and say it, though. I'm not confused by this report. As someone who has met with people who have been deprived of housing, I hear their experiences firsthand, and I see them reflected in what we have here today in front of us. Those experiences resonate loudly with me. What I see when I read this report is that getting rid of the encampment protocol in favor of this enforcement approach, which is not a housing-first approach, but is at best a shelter-first approach, and shelter isn't housing, is doing much more harm than good, no matter which way you slice it. The reason why we saw so many people leaving public spaces, including parks, and why we saw so much cleanup happening, including many hundreds of tons being removed from parks of debris, was primarily associated not with the ending of the encampment protocol, but by expanding our shelter system by 80% for the first time in the city's history. 272 people suddenly found places to go and were able to access those shelter spaces and left parks through a coordinated series of outreach activities to do so. It wasn't suddenly because we ended the protocol that everyone just vanished from the parks. This is just not how it works. It was clear there was and is a demand for those spaces from some folks who are unhoused. That provided a great decrease in the need for those spaces for everyone across the city. But we know in general, with just north of 800 people able to access shelter spaces in our city, but more than 2,000 people deprived of housing, we're nowhere near closing the gap. I take the mayor's points about who's responsible for the funding. I get that. No one disagrees about that. No one disagrees that federal, provincial governments just decided spontaneously to evaporate themselves from these causes 30 plus years ago. And thankfully, some folks of those 2,000 have support from time to time. They might be able to stay with friends. They might be able to earn enough money for a very occasional hotel stay. They might even find a space to hide out of sight when all else fails them. But there are hundreds of people who can't do this for their safety, because of a disability, or because they don't want to leave their partner or their child behind. I'll say again, their partner or their child behind. The money we're spending on this program should be diverted to connecting those who don't need supportive housing with housing immediately. For those who need support, we should be opening supportive housing programs and mandating every housing provider provide some supportive housing as part of every new affordable housing build. And I'll say, to be clear, every person is not required to have supports in place, contrary to what the mayor says. That's just not true. When I've spoken with housing providers, and I've spoken to every one of them, it's clear most can transition to housing without the need for $50,000 in supports a year. Yes, sometimes you have graduated supports where, like at Indwell, where they have a support team of people to talk to, up to people who can help them with all kinds of tasks they've unlearned because they were forced into homelessness and deprived of housing. This is not a solution. I agree with Councillor McMeekin, and I won't support this. The amount of money we've spent on a temporary solution that's not housing has been a devastating use of the money available to us around this table. The overage on the Barton Tiffany temporary outdoor shelter alone could have been spent on life-changing solutions for many who are suffering. To put it another way, we could just use this money to house people until we have enough housing in our community for them to live in. Hire more people to work with landlords. Establish new programs, learn from the programs other municipalities have put in place, and to find housing and establish a fund to help those who need it most. Housing first. People aren't going to recover from their addictions. People aren't going to be able to find jobs if they don't first have housing. And again, I'll say it, shelter's not housing. The solution we have in front of us today is to pay police to chase people in a never-ending cycle of harm from park to park, from public space to public space. And I can tell you as the Ward 2 City Councillor, that is literally what is happening. People establish themselves somewhere because they have nowhere else to go, literally nowhere else to go. And we tell them, you can't stay here, and they ask the same question every time. Where can I go to exist? And the answer is nowhere. We'll see you at the next park, we'll see you at the next public space, and we'll chase you forever. This is not a way to treat human beings in our community, and I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Clark.
Deputy Mayor, I see our program for housing and homelessness, mental health and addiction a little bit more comprehensively than some of my colleagues. I understand that today we're dealing with one decision to enable funding to enable the continuity of the services that are being provided by the police. And in very many respects, they're acting more like social workers than peace officers. They're there assisting, and on occasion, they have to be peace officers. We forget that this small component of this program to ensure balance in our policies and to ensure that our parks are free and safe from encampments, there's the other side of the balance sheet. We're spending $176 million for housing services in Hamilton. 176 million. We have 272 new shelter beds that were opened through the work of our staff and this council. We now have a record number of 825 beds available for shelters in our community. Then on top of that, you have residential care facilities. And on top of that, you have supportive housing and new investments in social housing. We housed 48 families in hotels because we want to keep families together. No one's deliberately saying, no, you have to separate, you have to go here, you have to go here. If we understand a family is unhoused, then our staff do the moral and right thing. They find housing within hotel partners who are willing to work with us. And then they work on finding housing for the family. All of this is happening at the same time. It's not just kick them out of the park and nothing else is happening. There's an entire other side to the equation that is not being spoken of. The city of Hamilton in the last 12 months have housed 248 newcomers. We don't celebrate that, we don't talk about that, but these are folks who came to our city that did not have housing. And yes, there was 17 million roughly from the federal government to assist us, and then it drops down next year. But if you look at the overall package of what we are trying to do comprehensively and holistically, you see that it's not simply about kicking people out of parks. It's about finding appropriate housing for individuals who are unhoused in our community. And through the work that we've been doing, we have successfully increased the number of people who are housed in Hamilton. I can't get away from, and I most certainly, I would argue that the mayor has been very helpful with her advocacy to the federal government to find newcomers and find the funding for them when they come into our community. But we are a long way away from being balanced when you look at the revenue that is being spent by this municipality on housing and homelessness and the amount of money that is being spent on housing and homelessness by the provincial government. $29 million they spent last year. We spent $130 million for housing and homelessness to get people off the streets and into safe, warm, dependable, trustworthy housing. That's what we're doing. So while we are very clearly addressing today the issue of how do we continue with this enforcement protocol to keep the parks clear of encampments, we should not forget, nor should we let people forget, all of the work that we are doing for homelessness and housing in the community. It's not simply about getting tents out of the parks. It's about getting those people into houses. Houses where they can be successful, where they can live their lives. Sometimes they need supports, other times they don't. But that's what the program is. It's not get out of our parks and too bad, so sad, we got nothing for you. We have an entire enchilada of housing available that we are working with residents to find the ways to get into housing. That's what our staff do every day. That's what the police officers do every day, and we should be proud of that work. I'll support this recommendation, but we need to continue what we're doing behind the closed doors where people don't see all the work that we're doing and all the investments that we're making. So thank you to the directors for their work. Thank you to the police officers for their work. Let's continue working this more comprehensively than we are today.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. Superintendent Hennick, Acting Director Dan Smith, Director Michelle Baird, and Director Cynthia Graham. My East Mountain community overwhelmingly wants to thank you for all the work you've done to continue to keep the green spaces on the East Mountain free of any unsafe conditions and unhealthy conditions as well, and dangerous conditions as well, as many of the parks experienced sadly during the 18 months of the encampment protocol. You know, Deputy Mayor Nan, many in my community where the individual tents and or cluster of tents ended up being placed and were habitating, there are still emotional scars left for a number of my residents, especially the seniors, that had experiences during the protocol of walking their pet along the escarpment and suddenly bursting out of a tent, someone yelling at them, screaming at them, and showing a knife and using vulgarity. I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. So I'm deeply grateful for the tremendous success we've had since the rescinding of the encampment protocol, led by the motion by Councillor Mike Spatafora, and I seconded that motion. My neighborhoods once again have peace and serenity, enjoying the law-abiding everyday families, enjoying their green spaces and the playgrounds that the parks were meant for. I am detecting, quite frankly, zero sympathy returning from my community for the encampment protocol. One or two of my colleagues today said they really listened carefully to the delegates. I did too, and maybe we should change course. Listen, if one or two of those wards want to open up some spaces in their area, please do that on an individual basis. The flawed policy of the encampment protocol sadly caused conflict between the housed and the unhoused in our community. Who would have ever imagined that would have been an outcome of the encampment protocol? People who had enormous amount of empathy for those that desperately need help in their lives, and suddenly that sympathy over an 18-month period, Deputy Mayor Nan, waned and evaporated. Anyways, I'm strongly supportive of maintaining this level of service, this course of action, and I can assure you, Deputy Mayor Nan, my East Mountain community overall, with the roughly 14 parks that call the East Mountain Ward 6 community home, I've got neighborhoods that are vigilant, that once a tent or two happens to be located and people spot, the emotional scars once again come to the fore, and they're immediately contacting my office, and I'm grateful for the collaboration and cooperation that the police, bylaw, environmental services, parks, and housing are doing to ensure that they will never again return to the situation they were under the encampment protocol. I'm strongly supportive of Acting Director Smith's recommendation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Next up, we have Councillor Pauls. At that point, Councillor Jackson, I'm going to have to turn the chair over to you.
And thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jackson said what I was going to say, but first of all, I want to thank staff. I hope I didn't come out too strong by saying I didn't understand the whole report, because it was going back and forth, and I really didn't. So I do want to thank Director Smith and Director Baird and GM Grace Mader that looks after it as well, and Cynthia Graham. So I hope you didn't think I was upset or disrespectful, because I never want to do that. But I want to ask a question. We spent over $176 million for housing, for focus on supporting unhoused, temporary housing, and supported permanent housing. I looked at page 6 to 11, and it says this: the housing-focused street outreach team saw a 39% decline in encampments. That's good news, isn't it? But then I read on. It says the housing for encampments. In PIP, okay, at 39% less in number of people living in encampment from December 24th to March 2025. A timeline which coincide with the opening of the temporary shelters. So we opened the shelters, 192. We opened Tiffany, 80 more beds, and we saw a 39% decrease. It's that true, but then it says, however, it is worth noting that this trend has historically been correlated with the season wherein colder weather leads to a natural reduction in encampment. So where, first of all, are they going in the winter? Second, what percentage did our temporary shelters, how many went to temporary shelters? What percentage was it? If 39% reduction, and then we're saying, however, this happens when the winter comes, I want to know how many we helped in our shelters and in Tiffany.
Through the chair. So thank you for the question, Councillor, and you are correct. So during that time period, not only did we open Tiffany Barton, but we brought online the additional shelter beds that were expanded within our existing system. For Tiffany Barton and those expanded beds, but Tiffany Barton in particular, people who were coming directly from encampments were prioritized for being brought into those shelters. For Tiffany Barton, for example, previous to it, we didn't have a solution for couples and for individuals with pets. So people tended to stay in encampments rather than going to shelter because they didn't want to leave their partner or their pet behind. So through that period of time, we did see a reduction in the numbers of people in encampments, and so that's that 39% decline that you're seeing in the report. In the winter, yes, we do tend to see less folks in encampments, so people, when it gets particularly cold, might choose unfavorable options that they wouldn't choose other times in the summer. So staying in in conditions that if the weather was amenable, they wouldn't be at home, but they choose to stay perhaps on a friend, family member's couch, in their vehicle, that kind of thing. Overall, the numbers of people experiencing homelessness in Hamilton continues to increase, as it does in other communities. However, the expansion in our shelter system, which we hadn't did for probably maybe ever outside of the pandemic, has made an impact on the numbers of people that are in encampments.
Thank you for that. How many, roughly, how many encampments do we have now?
Through the chair, so we don't actually have an accurate number of how many are out there right now. It's fluid. We are changing every single day. I would say we probably have 2 or 3 larger encampments still, and then a number of smaller ones that are moving around to different parks on a daily basis.
Okay, all right. I think last term I asked someone if we had all the money we could get, would we solve the solution? And you know what the answer was? Not really, because there's always a need. So I look at the amount of money that the city's putting out. We put out, $130 million, 68% of our tax dollars are going towards helping. And I'm wondering how much money we need. How much? I think mental health and drug addiction is a big, big problem we have, and we need to solve that. Housing, yes, I believe that, but I'll tell you, the people that see people in encampment, and I see it all the time, and I've said this many times, I've approached them, and I remember approaching someone, said, I'll take you to my house if you don't take drugs. But the problem is, they need help. There's a lot of addiction there, and I think we need to solve that problem as well. We focus housing first. I think it should be, let's focus on addiction as well. I'm not saying we're not, housing, don't get my words twisted, but I think addiction and mental health has to be in the mix. We have to talk about that. We talk more about housing than anything else except addiction, and that is a problem. And if we could put more money into it, I think it's a good thing. We need to put more money into rehab places. And I've said this many, many times, because once we do that, the housing could come along. There are providers. I know in my ward we're building more affordable housing. I see it all over the city, people building things, housing. So it's not just housing, it's mental health. So when we address that, I think we could have a solution. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, if I could ask you to assume the chair so I could take a moment to make my
First time speaker, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for preparation of the report. Like many of my colleagues around the room, I'm not confused by the report at all. To me, this report is about enforcing a parks bylaw. It's not a solution to the crisis in our community. To everyone responding to the humanitarian crisis in our community, thank you. It's a crisis of inadequate health services, a crisis of inadequate, unattainable, affordable, and dignified housing. On Saturday morning in Ward 3, I woke up early, got ready, and picked up an orange Team Up to Clean Up bag and my little plastic picker-upper, walked down King Street over to Holton, past Cannon, towards Powell Park. Aside from filling that entire orange bag, I get to Powell Park, where we're gathering our community to engage in a volunteer activity to tend to our community, and find that the park is taped off with yellow crime prevention tapes or crime scene tapes. Thank you to Hamilton paramedics, and thank you to Hamilton Police Services for responding. So while my community was gathering at Powell Park to engage in tending to this community, there was a deceased individual in the park beside the playground. Rumors were afloat that the individual was homeless, but that remains to be substantiated. The deceased individual's remains stayed on the playground or beside the playground in the morning while children were playing beside. That all happened while our enforcement bylaw was in place. The enforcement bylaw wasn't able to save that individual. The enforcement bylaw did nothing to outreach to that individual to see if they were okay. Enforcement isn't the solution to the crisis in our community. My neighbors asked me, "Councillor, what are you going to do about this? This isn't the only time it's happened." On Monday, I had the honor and privilege of joining Sacagawea Not-for-Profit Housing in a groundbreaking ceremony for 40 supportive housing units that my office facilitated the land sale transaction for to a nonprofit housing provider, an individual in our community who held the land for over 100 years, said, "Councillor, I would like this land to be used at its highest and best use. Do you have somebody who could use this land in a way that my family is no longer interested in pursuing?" We reached out to our housing providers network, let them know about it, and they went about their private transactions. That land is now being dedicated to Indigenous supportive housing on Gage Avenue at the corner of Barton. The city, the federal government, and the province, although the province is just flowing federal federal money, it's not actual provincial dollars, is supporting the capital that's scheduled to open each one of those 40 units by December next year. However, we continue to stand waiting as a community news from the Ministry of Health on whether or not the operating dollars for the supportive services will be in place. I'll remind my colleagues that supportive housing services at City Housing Hamilton at King William is also being paid for by the city, not the Ministry of Health. So when my residents ask me, "What are you going to do about this crisis?" I'm going to make sure I make every single budget choice that I can in a way that secures our community's safety and well-being. And right now, I know from the information that was just presented that the crime-related or the crime that's occurring in encampments is being responded to. Whether or not there's an enforcement team, it is being responded to. But what I don't know is the health and well-being of those individuals is being tended to. Not the folks that are doing the crime that are living in encampments. I'm talking about the health and well-being needs of those who are living unhoused in encampments in our community. That's where the gap is. So I am not going to be supporting the recommendation here. I'm going to continue allocating as much as I can in every budget deliberation to the actual supports that are needed, that are tangible in delivering outcomes to my neighborhoods that will achieve better safety and well-being and actually address the crisis of inadequate health, the crisis of inadequate and deficient, dignified, affordable housing. That is the root cause, and that is what I'm going to focus every municipal financial decision based in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Chair's back to you.
Taking back the chair, appreciate it, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you, and apologies to committee for stepping out earlier. I had a ward-specific meeting I just needed to connect with staff for 15 minutes on, and this was the only 15 minutes we could find. I did just want to go back to this report, and I think my questions earlier about the long-term or the ongoing nature of this funding. Whether it's been done through the encampment protocol, and I'm trying to link these things together, not because they're the same solution whatsoever, they're the same, but they're how the city is managed, and it's our management level. And I think the point that I'm trying to point out here is that regardless of the approach we've taken to management, we as a council have put ourselves in the box of continuously kind of year-end funding for the management, whether it's extension of this, extension of that. We have another year in here as we've switched from one management plan to another management plan. As much as the amounts are annualized or we're making these decisions on one-off basis, until the problem of there being enough housing for people who need it is solved, we accept collectively that there will be costs to park cleanup, to managing encampment, whatever that management solution is, there will be costs associated with it. My understanding of the best way long-term to run that number down and to run those costs down is to reduce the number of folks experiencing houselessness. Now, I think there's a concern that if we opened our wallets, as was shared earlier, and we said, hey, what's it going to take? We'll put all the dollars forward. It would surpass our ability as a municipality to meet that need in a given year. And I accept that. I think that is the scale number we're working with for sure. But we're not talking about is in the absence of that holistic plan, in the absence of a fully funded plan winding down, numbers getting there, we have these annual expense costs. These are the types of things that folks are calling us about saying, hey, why are you spending big dollars here? Why are you spending big dollars there? They're not part of an ongoing strategic plan. They get a lot of scrutiny. They get these in-year asks. And I think we're all feeling that this isn't the path that we're looking, that we're most comfortable on as we're having this conversation. I sense, regardless of where folks are coming from, regardless of their political orientation on this issue, I'm not sensing anyone in this room is going, oh, I really love the path we're on right now. This is great, we're getting everything right. I think there's an acknowledgement that we're doing, some maybe saying the best we can, and that's worth celebrating. But I'm not hearing anyone saying, I love this from a political lens, this is where we need to be. So in absence of that long-term strategy, I personally can't get on board with the short-term funding, the constant enforcement base. Not that there may never be a role for enforcement, but I want to see the role for enforcement in a costed out plan where we're actually providing more housing for folks, where we're moving folks to get the support they need, because we would need fewer enforcement resources if there was fewer enforcement calls. There'd be fewer enforcement calls if more people were housed. We have the opportunity today, we're investing the remainder of $1 million for this in-year spend with respect to these 6 FTEs here, but when we think about the broader dollars we're spending on housing and homelessness, I think it's important to reflect on, are these investments that are going to provide people housing, or are these investments that are going to manage the impacts of folks not having housing? Whether we're paying for park cleanups or whether we're paying for subsidized rent, they're ongoing expenses either way. It's a cost that keeps coming until there's a long-term solution to this issue. But I certainly think there's maybe more room in the mitigation side of this to look at mitigation funding as opposed to just always the enforcement approach. This is a political decision that's been made, so nothing I'm saying has anything to do with staff's response to the directions they've been given. They've done an excellent job responding to the directions we've been given, and we've changed direction. They've changed. This is the report from a different division. This isn't the approach that I'd like to see the city keep continuing on, and so I'm not in support of this recommendation and seek to advocate for a bigger switch in our direction, and we'll see where we go. But thank you.
Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. All of this is imperfect. All of it is tragic and avoidable. And we have a crisis on our hands. I guess I just don't accept the premise that it's one or the other. I don't accept the premise that we can only be focused, or we should only be focused on housing supports and safety supports and look for those and lean on those and champion those in our budget. I think I do. I think I have. I think I will. And I think my voting record underscores that fact. But I also know that there's a crisis of confidence in our community with encampments in public places. And I made a commitment in voting for the Barton Tiffany shelter that I would champion and pursue the 1 kilometer radius. However imperfect that experience and experiment is, I have to maintain my integrity and commitment to that promise. Period. I heard Superintendent Hennick say 9 warrants, 4, beg your pardon, I can't read my own writing, 4 firearm issuances, finding of bear spray, etc. We also can't pretend those don't exist. And we owe $300,000 regardless. So this is $225. So I will be voting in support of the recommendation because I believe at this moment in time, we have to continue advocating for, providing the solutions for funding for housing, but that takes a long time to get in the pipe. And in the interim, or in waiting for that, it is a balance. I can't help myself. I would like to ask through the chair a question to our solicitor. Could you just remind me the timeline for the cancellation of the encampment protocol by this council? Did it come post Justice Ramsey's ruling? Through the chair.
Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. That is correct. My recollection was that we received Justice Ramsey's decision in December of 2024, shortly before the holidays. And then a motion came forward, which was approved by council, that in light of that decision, that we should move forward with enforcement of the encampment protocol. Of the parks bylaw.
Thank you. So just one final comment, and I don't want to put salt in wounds, but I'm continuing to hear a certain framing of the encampment protocol, again, imperfect. But the encampment protocol, as I understand it, was put in place while we had some legal uncertainty of our parks bylaw. And so there was a wait and see while we were in trial for Justice Ramsey to make his ruling. So it is easy to say you were always against it when the legal landscape was undefined, and frankly, it may still be undefined. Thank you.
Thank you. And final speaker on the speakers list, Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'll be brief. For all of us, it's a very frustrating conversation. I'm listening to everyone here, and I'm not frustrated by listening to your point of views. I think they're all helpful and valid. Frustrating because we are unable to solve the problem on our own. As has been pointed out, I won't rehash it, but Councillor Pauls, talked about addiction, need more money for that. That's not from us, that's the province. And the failed policies are with the province, who are not coming to the table, as has been pointed out many times. It is a waste of money to be doing this. It says in the report that we keep moving people from one place to another, and it just happens again and again. But I also understand here this is part of a comprehensive, to use the word that Councillor Clark used, situation we're trying to manage, and we're doing the best we can. It's unfortunate that the report comes halfway through the funding period, and we already have, tacitly approved it because the work's already being done. I certainly don't think this is a good way to continue permanently, and should be part of the 2026 budget discussion to find better ways to be spending this money. But we're already halfway through this, and we need some kind of transition timeline if we're going to do something different. So I'll grudgingly support this, but I don't think it's a good way to spend money for all the reasons that have been stated. Thanks.
Thank you. And addition to the speakers list, Councillor Spatafor.
I'll be quick, Deputy Mayor. Good discussion here. I think we're talking about $1 million roughly for this year. Spent a few hours talking about that. I hope we have this same sort of engagement during the budget process. Just to highlight, in 2025, total investment from the City of Hamilton and other levels of government is $192 million on homelessness and housing. I believe, and I'll let Director Baird correct me if I'm wrong, the encampment portion of that is under $10 million. Director Baird, can you just confirm?
Through the chair, you're correct that the encampment protocol, the encampment work is actually less than $5 million, a portion which comes from the province.
192 total spend. We obviously have the vast majority of that spend invested by our taxpayers, and then a little bit of help from the province and even less help from the feds. And we're going to hammer down on $1 million when our residents invested, with partnership with the province and the feds, $192 million in housing and homelessness. And we spent 2 hours debating on whether we should spend $1 million to try to help with managing an issue that we can't solve. Hopefully we put that same sort of work into the budget where we can cut, not services, but cut costs, and then use those savings, and maybe we can do more in the housing file. $192 million. I think that's pretty good.
Thank you. And that exhausts our speakers list. We did have an initial mover and seconder on this report. Thank you for the robust conversation, second-time speakers through a fulsome list, and for all the responses to all the questions. Thank you to the entire bench of the staff team. It is up for electronic vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
That carries. On to item 8.8, amendments to the outstanding business list. May I please get a mover and seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Crutch. Speakers list is open for the OBL. Anybody want to talk to that? Seeing none, it's before committee for...
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, can we just receive the correspondence for 8.7?
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry.
Absolutely. We'll just keep it as Councillor Clark and Councillor Crutch for receiving the correspondence on item 8.7, so that one first. And receipt is a show of hands for all the correspondences. Thank you, everybody's voted? Yeah, okay, nobody's opposed, it carries. And then back to 8.8, amendments to the outstanding business list, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Crutch. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, it's before committee for approval. Electronic vote. That carries. Next up is 8.9, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee minutes from the meeting held on September 25th this year, moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Any discussion? Seeing none, it's an oh, my apologies. Okay, Councillor Wilson on the item.
My apologies, Chair. I didn't indicate on eScribe. I'm just looking for some procedural insight such that I understand the recommendation or the, if we approve or are we receiving this report? There is a direction set out within it, and I'll go to that now. It's on page for my colleagues 3 of 4. There is some direction being given to staff to investigate the implications. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That staff examine implications of maximizing potential full stormwater fee exemptions for HWDSB and HWCDSB and report back. When we approve of this, we're approving of that action through the chair.
Over to who on the staff team? This is regarding the liaison committee. Oh, Elsie McCray, thank you.
So through the Deputy Mayor, you're approving the recommendations of the committee that staff report back to that committee, I believe.
I guess, thank you through the chair. My challenge is in reporting, I'm not challenging the direction that was given. Mm-hmm. And I'm just challenging where it's arriving and how that's going to be informing. For example, there's a motion further down in our agenda. I'm just trying to understand where, so the recommendation that will come from this goes to that committee. That committee in turn reports back to here. Okay. And so it will be here where we'll digest and debate the impacts of that. Okay. Thank you. Just needed to work my way through it. Yep. Sorry to take up your time.
No problem. Governance process clarity is always welcome. Okay. No further, yes, there is, I lied. Councillor Clark, then Councillor Jackson on the liaison committee minutes.
So further to Councillor Wilson's comments. So the recommendation coming from the liaison committee, and I sat in on it for another item, but they're quite concerned that the stormwater fees is taking money out of the budgets that they would use to teach kids, to provide services to kids. And so I'm wanting to ensure that this is being dealt with by staff and the school board coming back with recommendations to council. I think at the very least, staff should be meeting with the school board to truly understand their financial realities. And their financial realities are a little bit different than a municipality. They can't simply spend money wherever they want. It's a different process for them. They are restricted in how the funding that they're given from the province is spent, and it's supposed to be spent in the classroom. this creates a significant financial burden for them. So I just want to have an understanding, perhaps from the city manager, how we're going to be having that conversation with them so that we fully understand the ramifications that they're experiencing as a result of our decisions' impacts on their financial picture.
Through the deputy mayor, city staff have had conversations with Hamilton Wentworth District School Board staff. I expect those conversations will continue on the subject of not only stormwater, but I see further as it relates to this agenda item, development charges surrounding childcare. Senior leadership team have had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to senior leadership team from Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, and this particular topic came up during that meeting. So in short, yes, we will continue to have those conversations regarding the fee, as Councillor Clark has asked, around the appropriateness of the fee within the funding constraints of the school board, and report back to the subcommittee and council accordingly.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I'm fully aware that at least the schools that are in my ward, they do a lot of fundraising, but the funds are raised to spend on books, to spend on things within the school, to provide food for hungry kids. When we tax them with this amount, it really does impact their budgets right down to each school. So we need to have that conversation. Second question, if you can give me the latitude, Deputy Mayor. We just received, the Director of Education received notice from Minister Calandra with respect to the Nash Neighborhood School, and they have made the decision at the province that that area is not suitable for a school. This is an area that's kitty corner to the landfill. I'll leave the discussion aside in terms of, well, then what's the suitability of all those houses sitting there right beside the landfill, and whether or not the province should be expediting the closure, which I kind of support. The question I have for you, not kind of support, but do support. The question I have, how are we going to assist the school board? Because what has happened now, they had a designated site in an official plan. They've been told they can't use it by the minister, which is, there's no one higher than that. The minister's made that determination, so now they have to find another site. In my ward, I find that incredibly challenging because most of the land in my ward has already gone through site plan. And so it's all designated for some form of development. We don't have an extra 6 acres laying around. So how is the city going to work with the school board to assist them in finding an appropriate alternative site?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll turn it over to GM Prasad in a moment, but I just want to make that commitment to council that we have said that we would work with them, and we intend to do so.
Yes, and GM Arvind Prasad, Planning and Economic Development. Basically the same answer, the commitment to work with them. The official plan, as you are aware, does have sites. They're limited, absolutely. But we will work with them, look at development coming, in the pipeline or coming forward, and build that relationship, and definitely try to ensure that a site can be found.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I only raise it because there's a lot of urgency here. This school was supposed to be under construction by now. And so we've got a lot of kids living in houses, and they're being bussed out of the area because there's no school there. So I'll do what I can as the ward councillor, but as you know, I have limited authority. The only authority I have is what the council says, okay, we can do this in your ward. So please work with them, and if you need me, I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Cooper, and then for a second time, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nan. This is just minutes, but can I ask for a recorded vote, please? Because I'd like to vote against this. I'm coming at, can I ask for a recorded vote through you, Deputy Mayor Nan, to Elsie McRae?
You can ask for a recorded.
Can I? Please,
yeah,
thank you.
It is going to be an electronic vote.
Oh, will be regardless? I wasn't sure just being the minutes. Thank you. I'm coming at this from a different angle. And whether we get into the motion 9.1 from Councillor Taddison today or not, my perspective, and you may find it a bit strange and odd, but we're going to be dealing with more and more exemption requests on this stormwater fee / rain tax policy, which in my humble opinion is bad public policy. And so although I understand the plea of the school board, and I sincerely do, and to my colleagues who serve on it at our pleasure, so that they are our excellent liaisons there, my worry is that if I even just in a subtle way support this, then the next motion coming forward is asking for another exemption. And quite frankly, folks, I think at some point in time, we've got to reach a decision before this term's over, whether or not there's a majority will to continue ahead with the rain tax or not. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Nan.
Next up, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, serving as the co-vice chair of the committee, and perhaps I should have explained some of this up front, and it may be advantageous for members sitting around the table to understand the perspective in the room where we were coming from. One thing that may not be highlighted very effectively in this report or in any of the coverage that has come from media since then is that there are a number of shared use and rental agreements between our two organizations. The total number, I can't say. It's dozens, could be hundreds, where the city has use of school board lands at a reduced rate, a nominal rate, sometimes for free. As a result of the new stormwater program, the school board is going to be required to pay a fee for the use of the stormwater system. And there is no corresponding ability for them currently to charge that fee back to us, which means in some ways we're getting the use of their property and their spaces at minimal or at no charge. And then we're going to turn around and ask for them for thousands, tens of thousands in some cases of dollars. This is new. Part of the review that's taking place here, you'll see the direction given to the Joint Property Committee, whatever the name is, I can't recall. They're going to be coming back with a report to fully understand the impact of that so that we can have a fulsome conversation about whether or not dozens, perhaps hundreds of shared use agreements are going to have to be renegotiated, opened up, and started over again. And I need that juxtaposition, which is why I made the motion for the report on the possible exemptions, so that we can understand what is the best way to go. Do we reopen dozens or hundreds of shared use agreements with one of our most important partners? What are the implications of that? Do we examine a potential partial, full exemption? Do we go down that road? What's going to be in the best interest of both of our organizations? What's going to be in the best interest of the communities that we cooperatively serve? And of course, what's going to be in the best interest of students and our future leaders and future generations that they serve? So hopefully that sets the context of why we have these two companion pieces coming forth. They will, as you made note of, Councillor Wilson, they will be, of course, coming before this body for final deliberation. But I think it's really, really important to have those conversations about what are the trade-offs that we are going to have to deal with as a result of implementing this program. Hopefully that adds some clarity, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Cooper has indicated that he's not remaining on the speaker's list. Next up is Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I don't want to sound cheeky, but do we have a committee where we have partnerships or representation from places of worship in terms of our interface, joint shared interests? I don't think we do, but I just wanted to make sure I was correct in my assumption.
We'd just get confirmation from the front bench. I'm seeing a lot of
Through
shaking hands.
you, Deputy Mayor, to the best of our knowledge, no. We'll double check to confirm that, but I don't believe so.
Thank you. I asked that because, believe it or not, I'm hearing Councillor Jackson in the staff report that gave us an update on costs and implications. It said that while public education institutions and places of worship are exempt, so we're hearing from one.
Exactly.
And we're not hearing from another. And on the basis of fairness, that raises a question. I'm wondering if I could ask, please, to Mr. Zagaric or perhaps to GM Mater, in terms of your engagement with the school board, I've heard Councillor Beattie say there are some services that are provided to residents and or the municipality at minimum or no charge. It would be helpful to have an account of the services we provide to the school population at no charge. And if I could give an example, there are schools in Ward 1 whose playground facilities are actually city spaces. No. And it's assumed within their operating budget that they will have access to those city spaces. They don't pay for its maintenance or update or redevelopment. If I could just seek confirmation on that through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, you're absolutely correct. I think there are also examples too of where the city is a funder of organizations that utilize school space that are charged a fee. For example, childcare operators, and that we are the funder of those services. So I know that during the discussion at the meeting, there was a number of things that were coming back to staff for follow-up to exactly map out that a little clearer about where those opportunities are, what they are charged for, and also what they are funded for from the Ministry of Education too, as well. So we're trying to sort that out, and we'll report back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Obviously, I wasn't in attendance at the meeting, and so I didn't know that there was those sort of those relationships and the financial implications of that cross service was going to be set out. So I think that will be very, very helpful. And so I would just position it to my colleagues that as we move down this road, there are also places of worship that provide very valuable community services to our residents. So I'm just conscious of fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. And that exhausts our speakers list, and it's before committee for vote.
Through the Deputy Mayor, as Councillor Jackson wanted to vote separately, I'm wondering if we should isolate out 7.2II for a separate vote and then vote on the balance of the minutes.
Is that what you would prefer? You would like to be able to accept the minutes but vote against that and one section? Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So I'll open the vote on 7.2II first then.
Clarification? Clarification, please. Can we read which one that is?
That's the one that's having staff come back with a clarity around the stormwater fee exemption request as it relates to.
Because Councillor Jackson mentioned my name is leading it, and I. Okay, thank you.
We're still in the liaison committee report. Yes, please. Yeah, we're ready. And that carries 8-3. On to the balance of the report. That carries, sorry, just got a hospital update. Got distracted. Okay, so onwards to motions.
So, and the motion has been moved to a notice of motion.
Okay, so today we have 2 notices of motion. Under item 10, notices of motion, Elsie McCrae, the order will remain being Councillor Tattison first, then Councillor Spatafor. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a notice of motion for consideration for a rural residential property credit regarding the stormwater management fee system that we've embarked upon here. First off, this notice of motion is seeking information, and it's asking for a report. That's all it's doing at this point. Second, fairness, transparency, and ease of administration were the council adapted guidelines for this stormwater management fee structure. It was adopted in...
Sorry, point of order. If it's a notice of motion, don't we have to waive the rules before we discuss the motion?
We're not discussing the motion. The councillor is only supposed to be introducing the motion for no debate today. So just notifying colleagues that this is the name of the motion, the intent of the motion. Councillor Tattison, you wanted it to remain as a notice of motion, correct?
It does.
Okay. So
Thank you.
save your debate points for October 22nd. Good. Was there anything else you wanted to say to introduce your motion, or your notice of motion, to notify us that this is here for October 22nd?
Let me think about this. Today's intent was that it was to be a notice of motion, and I'm going to keep it there
Got it?
because I received a request from city staff today, just this morning, asking for the future motion to consider extra costs and so forth. So I just wanted to introduce that so that people were aware of that they wouldn't have been. However,
That's fair. That's fair. There may be some minor changes happening before it tables on October 22nd. Is that fair, Councillor Tattison?
That's fair, and I would just like to say that I've always allowed my fellow councillors to be explicit in their comments and their long-winded responses, and I would like that same, courtesy in future introductions. Thank you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Hey. Not the intention of your chair to offend you in any way, Councillor Tattison. Thank you for introducing your notice of motion. Looking forward to all your points on October 22nd. Over to you, Councillor Spatafor, for your notice of motion. What are you informing us is coming to the table on October 22nd?
Deputy Mayor, just a notice of motion to request for a staff report on outsourcing of information technology services. There could be some changes happening to this. As soon as those changes happen in the next couple days, I'll recirculate it to all of council.
Much appreciated. Appreciate those advanced circulations. Okay. On to our private and confidential portion of the agenda. May I please, first of all, have a mover and seconder to adopt the confidential minutes and that they remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Spatafor. Thank you. That is a show of hand receipt. Thank you. Everybody's voted. That's carried. And then our motion to go into close for item 11.2, mover and seconder, and I'll start reading out why. Thank you, the same mover and seconder. Pursuant to section 9.3, subsection B and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended in section 2392, subsections B and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended as the subject matter pertains to personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I will need that as an electronic vote. Thank you. And a reminder to the public as we are moving into closed session, and as well as delegates and any external participants of our meeting today on WebEx to please exit, as well as any staff who are in the chambers. Thank you for being here for today's very hefty agenda. But if you're not here for this item, please leave. And also a reminder to council colleagues, Councillor Francis, if you're still with us, to make sure that you are in a secure room and or wearing your headset so that there is no potential of, has he left the meeting? Okay, Councillor Francis, if you can hear me, just turn on your camera and confirm that your headphones are on. Otherwise, we're kicking you out of the meeting.
You give me the green light, please, Elsie McRae. Okay, welcome back into open session. Report 11.2, CM 25009, paragraph A, technology and staff accountability citywide. May I have a mover and seconder on the following? A, confidential memo, CM 25009, paragraph A, respecting technology and staff accountability citywide, be received and remain confidential. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Cassar, thank you. This is an electronic vote. All in favor? Any opposed, please? All right, Elsie McRae, please count me in favor. Okay, thank you. Okay, vote is open. Okay. Manuel, please, for me. Who else here? Manuel, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Spadafora. Everybody else's e-vote? Correct? Deputy Mayor, oh, for the record, Deputy Mayor Nan had to leave for a medical matter with her family. Everyone's voted that's here. Elsie McRae? And that vote carried 8-2. Thank you, members of GIC. Adjournment. Therefore, no further business. We're all adjourned. Have a lovely evening. Thank you. Thank you, Elsie.